that automatically records on a different scene. And enabling that made my stream crash. And it usually only does that if the drive isn't mounted, but the drive was mounted, so I don't know what caused that. And OBS hasn't updated since yesterday. So I don't know. That was odd. That was odd. I'm scared that if I do it again, it's gonna crash the stream again. So let's try it. And fingers crossed it doesn't crash the stream. I will also unmount and remount the drive. All right. Yeah, everything seems okay. So because actually, I've already closed it. Elfie, if you still have the YouTube chat open, could you link the new stream? It has a new link now. Because you have to make a new chat room when a YouTube stream crashes. Which also means the premiere is going to get booted into an unlisted VOD and not the live stream, but, well. Odd. Anyway, let's try this again. Hey, Twitch chat, you guys can say hi to the VOD if you like. And don't forget to go leave a like on the YouTube stream if you are able, especially because it went offline. So sorry, YouTube. That is unfortunate. OBS crashed, kind of unprompted. But here is a link to the YouTube stream if you would like to lurk in there or leave a like on it. OBS crashed. So I have a plugin called Other Scene Recording or Background Recording, which is how I make my big videos. It records the gameplay, it doesn't record my microphone, and it records the gameplay audio. And it records another. It's basically just doesn't have my microphone enabled on it. I just noticed, so you can't hear me. But that scene is essentially like what you're seing on the recording because it doesn't have my microphone enabled and it is quiet. But apparently, that exact time when I enabled my the background recording, OBS decided to crash. So I don't know why that would happen because the video should have what's the word? It should have just started recording because what'll cause it to crash is if the drive isn't mounted, which sometimes happens in Linux, even though they're set to auto mount when the computer turns on. If the drive isn't mounted and I start that recording, it breaks and crashes OBS. But it was pointed at the right spot and the drive was mounted, so I don't know why it would crash. I will say that is the first time that function, that particular plugin has crashed OBS. So that is a new one for me, if nothing else. So OBS decided to be a big meanie and toppled the stream. Fortunately, we're all back now, so let's go play some Dwarf Fort. So, who was here for the end of the last stream of this fortress? That is the important question. Who was here? Well, simply put, I was in the middle of some fortress renovations, okay? And I flooded half the fort. That was fine. A couple people died. And then we got invaded by a pretty large ambush of goblins. Or not goblins, elves. There was goblins in the ambush, but it was elves. And they all got in through the renovations. And a lot of people died. Also, at that exact moment, I was also invading the enemy, the elves themselves. So half my military was gone. So we went from like 180 dwarves to like 80. So I have a lot of coffins to make. You guys ready to have a coffin fit? Well, it's time to get to it. So yeah, lots of fun. Lots of fun. You were lurking in the YouTube chat and dozed off? Right. Well, I saved the game after all of that. It's fine. It's fine. It's closer to 100 total deaths, yours, but I guess the first thing I need to do is see how many coffins I have. Because, well, as you can see, is a bit of a mess out here. So they got in right here. This was where they got in. Because I was, you know, kind of pumping out the river a little bit so that I could set up some defenses. And, you know, flooded the fortress and had to make drainage here to get rid of the water. And that's where the elves got in. So they got in around all of my doors and everything. And it was bad. You want a survivor? Okay, well, first I'm going to read the living dwarves. Because, as I said, a lot of people died. So the living dwarves in the fort now are Danny, Beelug, Tiny Hippo, Sirius Celsa, Lanix, Brazil Pirate, Cathode, Bone Dolphin, Old Wounds, Worth Butts, Elfie Bean, Amethyst, and Natsubami. So what kind of dwarf would you like? Oh, also Stormwolf, who is a performer. I do still have a chief medical dwarf who I think is currently in hospital. So I'm actually going to make Amethyst my chief medical dwarf because Amethyst isn't dead. So Zalvi, what kind of task would you like? And would you like a beard or no beard? And also YouTube folks, the first person to post 3 rat emojis can also have a dwarf. Yeah, you did die fighting valiantly, though. I mean, you died with a bow, or with your crossbow in hand, in the thick of battle. Orc with bow. Beard, preferably. Amethyst's assistant. So you would like a Dr. Dwarf. Dr. Dorfin's incoming. And I did just queue up a traction bench. Which means I do need a doctor. An actual doctor. Yeah, I need a new doctor. Erdim will make a doctor. Mebzith will make a doctor. Looking for people with clothes on because it means that they are not injured currently. I'm actually going to make Beelug into a diagnoser and another diagnoser. We also are going to need some surgeons. So let's go bomb wreck, why not? And for an additional bone doctor, we'll toss Lanix in there. Need to check these and then unpause and see what's getting canceled. Close all these. Weaponsmith is fighting with what? Oh, water. Well, that makes sense. That's gonna just kind of keep happening for a while. So, as you can see, we do have a bunch of injured dwarves. Let's just make sure that someone... Okay, so we do have diagnosing happening, which is good. And so which doctor would you like? Bastet, yes, you were a doctor, and you did. And Havoc also gets a dwarf. We'll also give him to Cyberark. Why not? because I think probably either actually literally all of these are in hospital. um, I need somebody who isn't in hospital to throw into here. So let's just do siege engineer because you're bringing water. Pick up equipment. I'm just looking for people who are not injured. Cathode. And under Bone Doctor down here. Okay. Should be okay. Mebzuth. Like I said, you are in hospital right now. You do have injuries, but we'll get you named. Zalvi is a nervous wreck, has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and lives a fast-paced life and is quite polite. He has an active imagination, and he is quick to anger. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he isn't particularly curious about the world. What's this popping up? Let's see. What do we need? We need a traction bench. Patient not resting. Okay. We are working on a traction bench, though. He is stubborn, and he tends to only form tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he is interested in what others think of him. Okay, so we've got a problem right now. Only some people can do orderlies, because orderlies currently are overpowering all other tasks, which is causing tasks to cancel. So I need this to get done. Because that right now is the most important thing that could happen. But thankfully, got a lot of wounds getting dealt with. Because I don't need more people dying, right? Without considering the advice of others, he can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and he lives a fast-paced life. He is quite polite, and he has an active sense of humor. He has an active imagination, and he is quick to anger. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He isn't particularly curious about the world, and he is stubborn. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He cracks his knuckles when he's angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally values good craftsmanship, and he does not particularly value the truth, and does not care about friendship. He likes anodite, as well as silver, fire agate, and the color gold, gems, querns, and large gems. He really likes gems. They're truly outrageous. He likes giant kestrels, as well as for their hunting prowess, and the sound of the tulip of sparkling, and the sight of the meandering lyrics, and when possible prefers to consume barley wine, and absolutely hates flies. He's a good number of friends in the fort, although his best friend Freeways is unfortunately no longer with us. Same with Edzul, and Stinthad, and Rovad, and Zas. So his only friends left are Kel and Onul, because everybody else is dead. He's currently injured and unconscious, and his lower body is cut open, so he needs some stitches. So, Havoc, what kind of dwarf would you like? I presume not a dead one, right? Or one that's about to be a dead one? If I had to presume? My choice, you like brown beards. Okay, happiest brown beard who's not about to die. Kivish, who's currently cleaning patients. And, Cybrek in the YouTube chat. I'll also give you a dwarf. Would you like one named Cybrek? Havoc here can be very happy and optimistic and is very greedy. He is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions and occasionally overindulges. He is curious and eager to learn, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and rolls his eyes when he's annoyed. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally holds the idea of competition among the most important, and would encourage it whenever possible. He values romance and values honesty and values tranquility and a peaceful day as the moods tumble. He dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes serpentine as well as bismuth, red pyrope and giant mole leather, coral and the color mauve taupe, as well as breastplates and amulets and ballista parts, and yaks for their shaggy hair, tickmen for their ability to expand, and the sound of the euphoric butterfly, and when possible prefers to consume kestrel, and one-humped camel cheese, and sunberries, and passion fruit wine, and absolutely hates rats. Welcome to the fort. You're wearing Dixel the Mahogany Lark's Tundra Titan silk gloves. Again, most of your friends are dead. You do worship the god of death, though, and are a member of the Order of Dust. So I'm sure that's good. No, there is point. The reason I'm just kind of allowing everybody is because there's so many that currently I need everybody working triage right now. This is a calamity event level situation where it's just a matter of assigning everybody instead of, or as many people as possible, instead of, only having dedicated people. Also, I need this traction bench to get built, and in order for this traction bench to get placed, I need not everybody doing all of the tasks. So currently I have it limited to only a certain number of people doing orderlies, because if everybody was doing orderlies, then they'd never get done. Now, this is just a calamity level event. For clarity, I went from 180 odd dwarves to 80 in one siege. And all of my squads died except for the one that wasn't here at the time. So this is getting worse, is what this is. Yeah. Or this is fine, as they say. And now I'm having to, deal with this, which is also fine. Thankfully, my military's close by. And it seems that Tiny Hippo is going to do some work. Now they're all going to go back to, hopefully, helping deal with injuries. Hopefully the Cataclysm doesn't lead to dark days ahead. Yes. Okay, so Cybrek, what kind of dwarf would you like? I realize your name is Cybrek in the YouTube channel, so is there a preferred name that you would like? But also, hello, Fek. Or Fifek, or however you're supposed to say your name. It's the reclaim button is the button that you need in order to do this. Meanwhile, Amas has come, a gigantic three-eyed tortoise. It has a pair of long antennae, and the game is trying to kill me. It is slavering, and its pale blue scales are large and set far apart. Beware its poisonous bite. The question is, what layer is it in? It's in the layer that it can get to me. Amethyst did in fact make it, and you are currently one of my chief medical dwarf. You got a promotion from diagnoser to chief medical dwarf. Military's having to work overtime in this place. Where is this beast? Yeah, sure, but Cybrek, what kind of task would you like? Oh. Well. How about I just, lock this real quick. Which will distract it enough that it comes and fights with the dwarves. Well, thankfully, it is supposedly weak. It has killed a cat, so it can't be that strong. Doesn't feel anything while in conflict, and now it feels something because it's been stabbed, most likely. The Spearmaster strikes the Forgotten Beast in the right front foot with a steel shield, bruising the muscle. An Axe Lord hacks the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with her Sesh Bilal. Carpenter, would you like a beard or no beard? Cybrack. The Axe Lord slaps the Forgotten Beast in left lower leg with her... slaps the Forgotten Beast in the left rear foot with the flat of Sesh Bilal, which is an artifact weapon. Which is an artifact axe, specifically, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, you have an artifact steel axe, I think. Yeah, it's an artifact steel battle axe. The Force bends the rear leg. The Axe Lord hacks the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with an iron battle axe, tearing the muscle, or tearing the scale, rather. And then another Axe Lord hacks it with Sesh Bilal, tearing the muscle. I think this beast is going to die pretty quick. And it did. All right, soldiers, get back to work again, please. Looks like our traction bench is actually set up now, which is good. Got a bunch of haggard dwarves. Apparently Worthbutts finally met with the Outpost Liaison after all of the calamities. And I'm just going to ask for platinum bars. We asked for platinum ore previously, but we'll just ask for platinum bars. Now for a cave dragon attack. Cave dragons are a wild animal, and they don't organically attack. Although, unless you mean like the goblins with cave dragons. I would lock the front door if that happened. By that, I mean the front drawbridge, actually. Which currently is partially locked, actually. But I would fully lock it. All right, so let's see. How is the number of injured doing? The number of injured is going down. I am seeing more dwarves up and standing. Let me check coffin. I may actually be out of coffins. I did make some extras, so let's see. I love how even the miasma made it this far. Okay, that last one will just go directly into a problem spot, and then you need to be claimed. Missed a fight, what happened? A huge elven siege with some pretty intense mounts. Elephants, what was it? Tigers, various other things. We have since dealt with it, and I do have an automated corpse disposal set up. So it shouldn't be too hard to get rid of everything. It's just going to be very, very mood detrimental. And Cybrek here would like a carpenter. I do have 3 woodworkers. They're all lady dwarves, if that works. Beard or no beard? Okay. Well, we will give you the happiest woodworker, who is Kubok, who's not going to be happy for much longer, most likely. So Kubok. I'll spell Cybrek with a C so that it makes more sense. She is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings, prefers to be alone, and relies on the advice of others during decision-making. She is not rarely jealous, and she lives at a high-energy kinetic pace. She is often cheerful, and she is brave in the face of imminent danger. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this, since she values friendship. She isn't given to flights of fancy, and she is slow to trust others. She can handle stress, and she occasionally overindulges. She has a sense of duty, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of mastering a skill, and personally deeply respects skill at arms, and sees those that persevere in the face of adversity bullheaded and foolish. I should put you in the military. And she values honesty and doesn't really care about nature one way or another, and does not care about family one way or another. She likes mica, bilin, and melanite, as well as green glass, helms, and the words of the amethyst of iron, and the sound of the tulip of sparkling, and the sight of the silkiness of festivals. When possible, prefers to consume brown bullhead, apple cider, and purple amaranth flower, plump helmet spawn, and watermelons, as well as she hates leeches. And she, obviously, you know, dreams of mastering a skill. She has a pet goose who's injured and in the hospital. What? I swear, if they tend to that goose's wounds and give it a crutch and it starts walking on a crutch, I'm gonna laugh real hard. Anyway. What else? That's already been locked. She's currently hauling a bucket. And she has no friends. And worships the god of death. Yeah, but I have that disabled. I have Dwarf Vet disabled, so... It may just be in the hospital. I think it was just in the hospital, unrelated. Because pets tend to go where their owners are. If that went off, I didn't even... Oh, it won't go off if you respond to somebody, you GDPY. My bot doesn't register it as a command then. But yeah, no, if they're getting fixed in the hospital, as far as I know, that's a DF hack thing. So... It would be cool if that worked its way into vanilla. Okay, so you're hauling Kilonite. We've got bodies decaying. Let me just check the status of the coffins. Got a few of them getting queued up. Okay, another thing I'm going to do actually is I'm going to go into here. And I'm just going to go pause all unnecessary jobs because the only thing we need to worry about right now... Well, actually, let's keep the constructions. The only thing I need to worry about right now is getting everything put away and continuing to make coffins. So let's just get rid of all of these blocks. Jobs. Let's get rid of the making clothing. The weaving. Let's get rid of the clay crafts. Let's get rid of making soap. Except for the one I just canceled. That will pop back up, but that's fine. I can now do this. I realize I just screwed one up. I will fix that. And we're in an ad break, so I will wait until the ads are done when they start. Yeah, you didn't hear it because they won't go off if it's being responded to, or if somebody's responding to it. If somebody is responding to a statement in Twitch chat, my bot doesn't pick it up as a command. And now we need a Doctor's Guild, which often happens after calamity events or calamity level events like this. It's like, well, now I guess I need a Doctor's Guild. Because I'm just going to be building coffins until they stop adding them or adding dwarves to them. So let's just go all the way along here. Let's go to these two. Let's go there. I'm only doing the ones that have been constructed because then it negates the bug where you get the corpse showing up like this instead of the coffin, because I want the coffins right there. Thankfully, it's a pretty quick process. Any tips on how to get doctors to actually work on diagnosing? Make sure orderlies are assigned to them, or orderlies are assigned to everybody. I mean, it's like any other job, right? If it's not always the highest priority thing, so I would specialize doctors in diagnosing. And make sure that they aren't canceling, because they try to bring them water and clean them before they diagnose them. So if you have too many, if you don't have access to water, they won't do that. So the order goes clean patient, diagnosis, and then whatever they need after that. So you may have noticed in this fort, one of the first things I did was check my job cancellations to make sure that there wasn't, what's it called? To make sure that there wasn't a queue of jobs that were done but were canceling, or queued up but canceling due to, you know, not having access to water or something. Let's see, what are we currently canceling? Item inaccessible. Okay. Tiny Hippo did survive the battle, yes. The main militia... Actually, speaking of, I also need to check how this Explore mission went. This happened before the battle. We got a bunch of books from that. And then this is where my military was when the siege happened. We were attacking Petal Wonder. Metal Fuse, thank you very much for the upgrading of your, or conversion of your gift sub to a sub. Appreciate you. Gotta clean the wood before you check how bad it is? Yes. So the Lark of Ropes attacked Petal Wonder. Belug led the attack. And the Glove Knot of Trickery unrolled a brilliant tactical plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Petal Wonder. And they clashed with a single human, slaying them. And they clashed with a single goblin, slaying them. They clashed with a single elf and slayed them. And they clashed with a single goblin and slayed them. And then they searched and found nothing. So no livestock, which is what I was looking for. Well, that sucks. At the very least, we got a brilliant tactical plan, which means they're likely very smart. And very good at sieging things. You know, oddly enough, I've had worse moods. That's kind of the, I suppose, the funny bit of this is I've had worse moods. Like, it's certainly been worse. Here comes another one. And I will queue all those up. And all of these are getting bodies. Very quickly. Let's see how many dwarves are putting stuff into tombs. I think we're actually going to go through our booze supply. I think that's what we're going to do. I'm just going to pause jobs as they pop up, and we're just going to do two things. We're going to dispose of bodies, and we are going to seal up the outside of the fortress, and we are going to memorialize tombs. I think that's going to be the primary task for a little bit now, because turns out everybody's upset. And do you still have a minecart? You do not have a mine. Where'd your minecart go? God damn it. How did you? Okay, well, let's throw a new minecart here. And also, I need to go into here and say, wait, no bins. Thankfully, I can just dump this. And a UGDPY here is requesting a dwarf for the King of Pudding. Do we give the King of Pudding a dwarf, chat? Yes or no? Fine. In the Doctor's Guild, do they run diagnosis and operation demonstrations for those purposes? Yes, because the Doctor's Guild is like the generic one, not the specific one, because there's two different options, right? There's like the generic guilds, and then there's the specific guilds. The specific guilds train specific jobs. The generic guilds train generic jobs. So yes, they do in fact do a little bit of everything there. Although if you want specifically diagnosing training, then you'd want a diagnoser's guild. There's a lot of place item in tomb jobs. And what, would you like a beard or no beard? King of Pudding. And chat, what kind of job does King of Pudding sound like to you? This is also a question for YouTube chat. What kind of job do you think the King of Pudding would have? Oh my god, there's so many skeletons. At least they're all rotten now. Who's happy? That's what I'd like to know. Who's happy and are you okay? I love that. Okay, so Bone Dolphin got injured before everything went to shit. So this dwarf's been injured for a while, has no usage of her arms, and is just ecstatic with her life. She just loves performing. I don't think I have any milkers. It's a lot of weaponsmiths in this fort. I might have a milker though. I do have 2 gelders. I got 2 gelders. I also have a soap maker. That's kind of like a milker, but with soap. Sort of the same thing. But, King of Pudding, would you prefer a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? Gelding is like milking, but with nuts, right? Because I've got boy gelder and lady gelder. No kids around? There are 2 kids. One of them is very, 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 very angry, but you don't get to select your dwarf exactly. You just get to pick whether or not you get a beard. Twitch chat gets to pick what kind of dwarf you get because they nominated you. It's kind of like a mini game here. So, I mean, this dwarf is this lady here, Tubal, is almost as upset as the kids, if not more upset. So. I'll go with the guy with the beard because he's less upset than the alternative. The King of Pudding finds helping others emotionally rewarding, prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and rarely is happy or enthusiastic. He's conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He has a greedy streak, and he is quite ambitious. He is comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he tries to keep his things orderly. He tries to keep his things orderly when undertaking specific ventures. He often feels discouraged. He isn't particularly curious about the world, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. And he personally sees introspection as important and does not respect the law, and dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. He's disgusted after retching on miasma, but kind of doesn't feel much about anything else. He's got a bunch of old wounds on his body, on his head fat, and head muscle, as well as he has stitches in his head, which is good. And it looks like they've already been taken out. So it healed up quick. Only one of your friends is dead, and you're a member of the Doctrine of Bronze and worship the God of Jewels. Welcome to the fort. Okay, so how's the hospital doing? Way less dwarves in the hospital. Let's see how many dwarves are constructing. Currently, it's just a lot of putting items in bins is really what the dwarves are doing. It doesn't look like anybody's currently putting anything in tombs because I think they've all been put into tombs more or less. So let's just unpause the game and see how things go. The other thing I need to do actually is I need to see, has this been built? This has not. Neither of these. Are we in a burrow? We are in fact in a burrow. That's probably very much not helping. We'll follow this dwarf while they place a body in the tomb. Oh, no. Little on the nose. He has a big nose, okay? There's lots of landing space for things to land on his nose. Sour Groat, thank you very much for the 5-pack. I can smell that username. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for keeping that subscription alive. And, or for bringing those subscriptions to life, and for helping keep the channel funded. Appreciate you, mate. These all just get canceled once they're done digging, so we'll let them dig them. And thanks so much for supporting the stream. Seriously. I wouldn't have this job if it wasn't for people like you who threw around gift subs, and same to all of you, actually, with hats next to your name, and anybody who doesn't block the YouTube ads or has YouTube Premium or becomes a YouTube member. That's why I get to do those interviews and whatnot, you know? Uh-oh. Oh, right, yeah, no, I have a caged werebuffalo. I forgot! I have a caged werebuffalo. Not to be confused with the Y buffalo, which is, of course, very confusing. This might actually be my favorite setup for tombs. Like, genuinely, this may very much be my favorite setup for tombs. Let's see how many extra coffins I have lying around. Not that many. But we are making more, so that part's good. I'm going to increase the priority on this. I'm also going to increase the number of miners I have. Do I have any peasants? I do not. Not the ones in the military. Sure, Brazil Pirate, you can have this. Weaver, you can have that. Oh, I guess the water melted. Because the frozen water is now falling down the stairwell. Because there was kind of a bunch of frozen water a little higher up. Yeah, it was all up in here. And it seems to be dumping down the stairwell. But that's fine. I don't think anybody else died. That's fine. It's just at the bottom now, which is okay. And trying to fill up that tomb, which it didn't, so that's good. Hey. Did the honker get his diagnosis? Let's check. It's this dwarf. No, but he did heal, which is interesting. But he didn't get his wounds evaluated and he has no medical history, so... I wonder, maybe I do have, the vet script enabled, which is kind of okay. I'll have to disable that later. Oh, I kind of did these too close together. Oh well. I'll just dig this one up and put a wall piece right there. And then for these ones, I'll just do the center. And then you right here. You can have a wall piece right there. And I can just do 3 individual ones in that. It'll be easier to do it that way anyway. That one's is currently waiting for construction. Looks like we're getting a bunch of different materials now because I didn't specify, but that's okay. Beggars can't be choosers in this situation anyway. He didn't need a crutch after all. Man, a goose walking around with a crutch would be very funny. I'm not trying to give you drawing inspirations, Elfie, if it's going to hurt your hand, but like a goose with a crutch would be very funny. You're Martin of the Woods. I think you're looking for the command goal, but Fort I think works apparently. I don't remember doing that, but I guess I did. But that's basically what that command is. It's just it's probably an alias for the goal command. Let's just go along here. 5 more tombs. Everybody gets a tomb right there, right there, right there, right there. Except this one, which is going to get deleted. And then individually given to you. And then I'll do the rest of those individually when they arrive. You get this one. You get this one. Should you use up your bubbles to get rid of 5k? Bubbles? What's a bubble? You mean channel points? I mean, if you want to redeem dwarves, you should save them. Because I'm sure that dwarf won't live forever. If that's what you're talking about. And down here, let's do this. Also getting a bunch of free Galena out of this. Let's just build a wall right there. Dig down here. Dig down here. Then on the end, we'll do this. I don't know why I'm bothering smoothing these, but it just feels right. We'll do individual ones in those. And I don't even know how many more tombs I still have to do. I haven't been paying too much attention to moods. I think they're getting a little better. Vehicle was given to us to replace the main work truck, which broke down the other day, right? Because you got a day off. And the replacement work truck just broke down. Oh, great. I feel like you guys need a bigger truck budget at work. I'm not sure why or what's giving me this impression, but I get the feeling that you guys would do a lot more good work if you had a more reliable work vehicle. I'm not totally sure why. I think that would be a solid decision. If I figure out why, I will elaborate, but... Did someone get found dead? Ah. We're still finding people dead. Whew. How you doing, Neezer? It's good to see you. Sorry, there's kind of a lot going on at the exact moment, so me is doing a bad job of keeping up with the chat currently, but hopefully that's understandable. Yeah, true. At the very least, you didn't need to call for a rescue, right? Have the Ratmen been creeping up from below? They have been attacking, but I've nerfed them very heavily. So they're only attacking groups of 9. We did have to kill a squad of Ratmen and a Forgotten Beast whilst doing this triage, and also, folks on the YouTube stream, don't forget to leave a like on the YouTube stream, and I'm gonna chuck up a goal here. Because OBS crashed again today, or crashed today, the YouTube Premiere didn't automatically feed into the YouTube stream, because I had to remake the YouTube stream, which I will shake my fist at YouTube's style of running live streams once again for this reason, because otherwise there probably would be like 100 people watching the YouTube stream now instead of like, you know, a fraction of that number. And we've begun an artifact. And we found another weaponsmith dead. And it's another weapon artifact because that's what we have access to. And let's see what Kavish is working on. Pig iron. Why'd you grab pig iron? We have, like, friggin' cool bars. Why'd you go for pig iron? Well, okay. If you insist. We have steel. And platinum. And you chose pig iron. I think right here is going to become my hospital. That or, like, as an offshoot of one of these rooms. But I'm thinking around here somewhere. This was going to become a guild. So why don't we actually make this into the hospital? Because I think this would look neat. As it was going... Thief! Protect the horde from skulking filth. Well, they're gone already, I'm sure. Really should make those auto recenter. Let's just accept the Doctor's Guild real quick so I don't forget. And then this right here. Maybe half of it could be the Doctor's Guild and the other half could be the hospital. New guild hall. Scroll until we get to the doctoring jobs. And today's plan is more or less a full-length stream. Doctor Guild. There we go. 25 stream streak. I have bad news for you, Shinobi. If you missed it, your dwarf passed. You didn't make it. But congratulations on the streak. And we definitely still have more bodies that need to be buried. Lock. I should check bars. Yeah, I've got tons of iron. Shinobi the Second. What kind of dwarf would you like? When do I think we'll get battle mounts for Fortress Mode? I don't answer whens. I think we'll get them. I have no idea when. That would be a question for Tarn, not a question for me. I don't make estimations like that. Bearded soldier, best mood. Man, you show up, demand my firstborn child, refuse to elaborate, and presume that you deserve it. Of course you do. Although I do need to set them to train so that their jobs are reassigned so I know who they are. I don't have an unnamed bearded soldier. I do not, in fact, have an unnamed bearded soldier. So I will make one. I'm also going to throw the King of Pudding into the squad. I need to get them training anyway. Shinobi the Second. We're about to get hit by an ad break. I will pause the game when the ads pop. He has a strong sense of duty and does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs, and likes to brawl and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and tends to be passive in discussions. He often acts with compassion, and he makes a small mess with his own possessions. He often makes a mess with he tends to make a mess with his own possessions. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And he doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees artful speech and eloquence as a wasteful form of deliberate deception. He treats it as such and sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless. He likes sandstone and lay pewter and bonfire opal and hemp fabric, backpacks and figurines, and prefers to consume chipmunk, teff beer... Chipmunk? Okay. Fine. I mean, it's like wings, I guess. Teff beer and naff seed oil, and hates oysters. I mean, you do you, mate. His best friend's Acid is past, who was a legendary weaponsmith and is a member of the Stormy Guild, the Weaponsmiths Guild. Nothing like a good roast chipmunk? Sure. Yeah, definitely. We're in an ad break, so I will pause game. Actually, I will use this as an opportunity to plop some buildings down. Because I need them, turns out. Or specifically, this dwarf needs them. The good news is, I don't need to make as many bedrooms now. Or actually, we're almost caught up with bedrooms. Basically, everybody has quarters now. Next, they're going to be asking me for loonies. Enemies cannot dig, but that is on the roadmap. The last major update on the Steam page includes a roadmap of things that are being added. I think exclamation point patch should still link to that. Did you died? I think so. Let me check. Yes, Freeways did in fact died. And you died the same way everybody else did, which was during the big siege. The ad should be done. Finally let you in? Wait, what? What do you mean it wasn't what wasn't letting you in? You having internet issues? Everybody's constructing buildings. Although, currently they're all placing floor. Let's just go up to here and see how many dwarves are in hospital still. You're in traction. You have an infection. You need immobilization. And you need traction. Do I have splints? I do have splints. So they should be working their way through the last of the patients now. Oh. I don't currently have a broker. Old wounds. You can go count up the value of things real quick. Well, I mean, like, a dozen dwarves died in the water incident, and, I remember which dwarves died, and, Freeways definitely died in the siege. This dwarf literally just fell over dead, probably an infection, due to wounds. Actually, I think 2 did. Because the numbers have dropped a little bit. Well, that's awkward. And then let's just go singular. Throw you in. Throw you in. Throw you in. Multi. Sure, we'll just queue these up because you're probably getting constructed right now. And if the sprites overlap, the world won't end. Singular, you. Multi, these. I mean, that fight was just pure bloody chaos. I mean, you can go watch the VOD if you like. But it truly was just absurd. Oh, actually, I will just do a kill order, I think. It's easier to do it that way. Confirm. You hope it's going well? Yeah, I mean, stream's going fine so far. The interview went great yesterday, that's for sure. Okay, so it hasn't quite been allowed just yet, or finished yet. Let me check my engravers. Did all my engravers die? Because that would be a shame. Doesn't seem so. Well, actually, it kind of does seem so. I think I will give this to the doctors as well. Anybody in the hospital. Let's see, who's putting items in tombs? Old Wounds is at it. So many coffins. So many coffins. And we still need more. That's the crazy part to me. I'm gonna go up to this room, which is another place where I could easily make a setup like this. And expand it. There is more than one body on the floor. The last stream of this fort ended with an absolutely catastrophic siege. Actually, let's go this way. So I am currently cleaning up the aftermath from that. And trust me, we went from about, oh, I don't know, 160, 170 dwarves down to 80, and we've since lost 2 more due to people being found dead. So yeah, no, it's been a tough siege. It's been a tough couple days for these dwarves, to put it kindly. So that's why there's a body on the floor. There's probably more of those. But aside from the inconvenient mess, I hope your day is going well. I do hope your day's going well. Chat room, it's Friday. Any plans for the weekend? I'm gonna try and interact with chat now that this triage is starting to cool off a wee bit. Starting. That's a little bit too far that way, so get rid of these last 2. Oh, we managed to get that ghost dealt with. How's that artifact going? What else do you need? Square blocks, okay. Already got those. Skeletons, you got those. Stacked cloth, okay. What else do you need? More skeletons. Do you need me to butcher something? Did he say cut gems? It might be cut gems. Okay, so I'm gonna butcher something. Oh, I need rough gems. I do have rough gems, so that shouldn't be the issue. Probably needs me to butcher something. Because he was in the middle of collecting bones, so let's just do a donkey and a mule. Which is kind of ironic that he needs bones, but... You love the interview. Tarm seems to know what he's doing, and you're super excited. I think that, I mean, this is the thing that I've been looking forward to with Dwarf Fortress for a very long time, right? Which is, people love to ask me, they're like, what are you looking forward to with Dwarf Fort? And the only real answer I've had recently is just for, like, adventure mode to be out so Tarn can go work on something else. Because, like, it's been very clear for quite some time now that Tarn was beat up, burnt out, and tired of what he was working on. And that's never going to be good for anybody creatively. So I think it's like very much a net positive that Tarn is getting to just go do the thing he wanted to do, or has wanted to do and enjoys doing, which is, you know, programmed new things into Dwarfort. Like there is a reason why. I mean, Tarn said this himself. A lot of the best innovations in Dwarf Fortress came not from planned features, but from a lark, right? Him just deciding, I'm gonna go do this now, and that's what we're getting back to, and that's exciting. You're curious if you have two dwarves in the military and one of them hates fighting, the other one loves it. Would the one that hates fighting be less likely to participate compared to the others? Most likely it would mean that he would get more angry. If they're fearful, they'll run away. Basically, you won't be able to handle the stress as efficiently. No, we lost all of our brave fighters because because of the sheer number of enemies that attacked us, and they all got exhausted before the fighting ended. So that's why we lost all of our fighters. Was poor planning, mostly. Poor planning on my part. That one can be canceled anyway. I also need a ramp down into here, so that they can just get that body out, because... Oh, I see. They should be able to walk down this way. I don't know what's up with that. Let's follow you. Why don't they hire people to do the crap they don't like? Why do people ask about hiring all the goddamn time with Dwarfort? Like, it's a very simple response. Why is the video game industry in a crisis right now? Because video games are very expensive. What is the most expensive thing a video game developer can do? Hire people. Dwarf Fortress isn't an infinite growth game. It has a limited number of sales that it's going to make, and that number is probably not going to increase drastically again. Yes, Dwarf Fortress made a lot of money when it released, but it only is going to get one release, and it's only going to do that once. Tarn is now very comfortable and has a retirement fund and a good chunk of savings, but life is expensive. And if you suddenly have 2 or 3, let's say on the low end, salaries let's go with US salaries, and let's go on the low end of US salaries for game developers. If you're suddenly hiring 3 people at $100,000 a year, that's expensive. And we're talking about a game that, yeah, made $20 million, but you're suddenly going to start working through that pretty quickly, and you're also going to start working through your profits pretty quickly. They did hire somebody. They hired Putnam, and Putnam isn't even full-time. Putnam is like 34 hours a week or something. So you got to realize that the most expensive thing they could do is hire people. And then they need to train them, which doesn't necessarily speed the process up. So I don't understand why this is like, it's treated like a catch-all solution, but it's not really. It's mostly just adding potential problems. They should just release it. I mean, I joked about this a while ago. Like, if Dwarf Fortress's entire business model was based on releasing the game every month, I would be a millionaire. Because of how well Dwarf Fortress did that first month it was out, and how well it directly helped my stream do the first month it was out. So... coding is 2 people total. Tarn and Putnam. Also, it looks like bones were in fact what you needed, but you made it out of pig iron. I will gladly put that artifact into the artifact hall, but I'm not going to think about it too much because it's just pig iron. I'll just leave that there. Actually, something else I gotta check. It's not quite valuable enough yet, so let's just plunk some of these down. Although this one I gotta suspend. And also Airwack, hello. Those weren't meant to be separate messages? Oh, were meant to be separate messages. Basically, if Dwarf Fortress were to go and hire a bunch of people, they would need to adopt the same business model as RimWorld, which is release a big expansion every other year. Or they would stop making money, which they could do that because of the number of sales they're getting. They could just, like, start going into the red for a couple of years, but then it would directly eat into their life savings, right? I don't get why that is treated as such a solution when it's not. It just kind of creates new problems. And the last thing I want to see is Dwarf Fortress end up looking like a Paradox game with DLCs. That is the last thing I want to see. So I'm quite happy for the development of Dwarf Fortress to be slow, and we've made it through the UI now, which is what Tarn didn't like doing anyway. So. No. I'm just going to say no, because that's essentially what the developers say every time. That's been asked a trillion times, Airwick, and the answer is widely available on the internet. Essentially, it would require a massive engine rewrite, and because of the speed that Dwarf Fortress runs at, it wouldn't make it easier to follow. It would just be an aesthetic change. I'm not a developer of the game. You have to ask the developers of the game these questions, but that is a question that's been asked a million times, and the answer is probably not to no, depending on the day. At the end of the day, I personally, for me, following the dwarves is very easy, and I don't understand why people would want the game to have smoother graphics when all that would really do is make it harder to follow, especially with the speed at which they move. I think the game looks fine. Yeah, I mean, it's something that, like chat, anybody who's played a little bit of this game, do you notice the dwarves jumping from tile to tile? Does it bother you, or is it just the way Dwarf Fortress looks? Because to me, it's just the way Dwarf Fortress looks. Still got a few more infections that have happened, which is unfortunate. Oh. Are we getting splash? We may be getting splash. So I need to make this a few layers higher. Trying to think, what else could I do? I think I'm going to use a pressure plate. That's what I'll do. Also, hold up from the asking. I mean, I think at the end of the day, a lot of people just don't realize that this actually is a game from, you know, quite literally 2002 was when this game started development. So because this is a game that started development in 2002, I think it kind of makes sense as to why, I need to make this out of lava safe materials, as to why it has Well, a lot of old school trappings, I guess. Hey, Rolf, how are you? Yeah, you claim it came from Classic, so it's normal. Do you know only notice it in adventure mode? Because I will say I am annoyed with how maybe not annoyed is the wrong word, but I don't like how the UI stutters in adventure mode. I would like to see that changed or modified at some point in the future, but because that would also explain why the minecart is disappearing.
Not Outies cheered. X100. Tie for all the tutorials. I was curious, do you know how fast time goes in DF? X.
About 30 seconds at 60 FPS is a day. Oh crap. This wasn't hooked up yet. So let's remove all those dump jobs. For the time being. Let's get all these placed. Place doors. Oopsies. And then place tombs. All right, let's also check. Did I get this sorted? Yeah, that's all sorted. Down here, these are going to need walls too, but I don't need to worry about that at this exact moment. Finished watching the talk from yesterday? Hell yeah. Did you enjoy it? I really enjoyed that one. I think that's... I feel like I say this every time whenever I do those interviews, but I feel like it's one of the better ones I've done. Certainly in recent memory. Oh shit, we're through them. Oh my god. Holy fuck. We cleared all the bodies. So I do have some extra tombs, and that's good. But we've cleared them. That's a call for celebration, I say. That is a call for celebration. Whew. You missed Square Fox? Yeah, that wasn't one I ever used. The only thing I really miss about the old graphics is the modability of them. But I never actually liked any of the popular tile sets. I guess I'm just weird like that. And then this should in fact have no bins in it. This is such a high-speed, efficient method. What do you mean about the UI stuttering in adventure mode? Oh, it's the way the UI works in adventure mode. When the camera moves, it kind of when you're fast traveling in the overworld, when the camera moves, it kind of jumps. I mean, it's the one thing that kind of bugs me about the game's visuals, is that. And it's not really a huge deal. But that does kind of bother me. Man, guild isn't technically established. It's all these bloody, crappy accounting going on. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Excellent. I need somebody who isn't traumatized. More trauma for the trauma bucket. And I also need more squads. Just looking for dwarves that want to master a skill, and then I'll glance at their traits. You would actually do okay, but you do avoid fights, so. You're an expert Marksdwarf. Well, that's always good. In terms of mastering a skill. Doesn't care what others think of him. Throw you in. And a cow. Calf, actually. And a sheep. What about you? You have a poor kinesthetic sense, which is never good. Finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful. Well, okay. If you insist. In terms of mastering a skill, let's talk. Bad with words, that's fine. You don't need words in combat, you just need to say, wah. Tries to avoid being, he doesn't like obligations, occasionally overindulges, doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and isn't particularly curious about the world. Prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. Yeah, you'll do okay. Also, it was not to be that guy, Hireling. It was Space Fox, not Square Fox. Just saying. In terms of crafting a masterwork someday. Hope the dwarf are dwarfing today. It'd be hard for a dwarf to not dwarf, you know? If a dwarf wasn't dwarfing, I guess were creatures don't, if they're a dwarf, don't dwarf one day of the month, so. What about your personality? Can be very friendly individual, does not go out of his way to help others, passive in discussion, tends to formally fleeting and rare emotion. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. What's your name? Alban. This fight too might require an answer. This too might require an answer. I must withdraw. Yeah, pretty much. Enjoys the company of others and doesn't focus on material goods. Also, I realized this while I was editing the interview yesterday. That was the least user questions I've ever put in an interview, which was a choice. I got plenty, but I just didn't ask most of them because it was the first time in a really long time that I actually had enough questions of my own to just run an interview instead of just more of a traditional Q&A. Poor memory, that's fine. You'll forget all the scary things that happened to you in the military. You do dream of crafting a masterwork someday, but confident and under pressure. Some focus on material goods, is very humble and has a tendency to consider it. You'll do okay, probably. How about you? Wants to help somebody, drink alcohol. Eh. But yeah, I'm glad people are enjoying it, you know? Very glad. This was a World Fortress, Jumbo. And also, adding me won't make me look at the YouTube chat any quicker. I have 2 chat rooms to read, and I jump back and forth, so just remember that. Just makes you look impatient, that's all. But, yeah, this was a World Gen fort, not a previous fort of mine. You fell asleep during the interview, but the interview infiltrated your dream. You were on someone's back porch and you listened to me interview. That sounds like a great dream, to be honest. Better than the metaverse, that's for sure. Tradition and values of tranquility, a peaceful day. Did you dream it was like an old-timey radio or something? Because that'd be pretty cool. Thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and he's moved by art and natural beauty. You'll do okay, I think. Welcome to the military jurist. You're a novice blacksmith. I mean, low willpower and clumsy and wants masterwork, so. Thanks for reminding you of the metaverse. Well, I mean, I think everybody needs to remember that the only successful metaverses in existence are VR chat and Fortnite. So, and I guess maybe Roblox to an extent, but. Although, here's hoping Roblox goes away at some point. Vengeful and zany. Because you're vengeful and zany, we'll toss you into the military. Let's just get you on training. I mean, in the same sense that Fortnite is one. Okay, so what'd you name that spear? Store. I like how I ended up with 2 artifact pig iron spears. That's funny. It is on cooldown. It's never been, or it's only locked when I'm not playing Dwarf Fort or Adventure Mode, because then there isn't really anything I can name. So somebody else redeemed it. I really wish it was clearer about that. I swear that it used to be, but... Why no one playing Adventure Mode on Twitch? Go play Adventure Mode on Twitch. Buck the trend. I played a week and a half of Adventure Mode when it released. And I will play Adventures in Between Forts when the mood strikes. Do you prefer people follow you on Twitch or YouTube stream? You just always watch your videos and you haven't had a chance to catch the stream before. Well, I mean, I prioritize the Twitch stream over the YouTube stream for one thing. I read the Twitch chat more often than the YouTube chat because not to be mean to the YouTube chat, I make significantly more money on Twitch than I do on YouTube. YouTube is less than a third of my income, videos and streams combined. So I prioritize the Twitch chat, but watch me wherever's convenient. Doesn't really matter to me. Adventure Mode hurts your brain? I stop hitting it with a hammer then. Do I like using mounts or walking more in Adventure Mode? That's a silly question. Depends on what mounts are available. I don't have a preference in that regard. I think both are very useful. But hammers are dwarfy? This is true. This is true. I cannot deny that hammers are dwarfy. I don't know how a bunch of stuff ended up there, but it did. But for likes, I would say just go play Adventure Mode on stream if you want people to stream Adventure Mode. Yeah, that's the problem. It's the lava coming up. So I actually need to move this higher, which I can do. I'm just not going to do it right now. Hopefully nobody bursts into flames. I do not have a hammer set up, no. I was like about to do that, and then the population fell to pieces. But I should probably do that because we're getting some tantrums. But I need to make a prison first. That's usually not the first thing I do. And that's fair, Jumbo Taters. But just I guess as a reminder, just following on Twitch doesn't really do much as far as helping me. I don't really care if you follow me as long as you tune in and watch. So that's really what matters to me. I've got a depressed child who's probably going to die of starvation. You remember I had a lot more dwarves? I did. And we've had a migrant wave. So I just gained 20 back. We got a really, really poorly timed enemy siege right while I was in the middle of some pretty big renovations on the surface. And we're still cleaning up, and it's going to take a while to clean up. But aside from the, like, 100-ish dwarves that died, you know, things could be a lot worse. Considering most of the tasks happening right now is, like, storing items in stockpiles and, like, getting rid of stuff. Because, like, you know, as you can see, there's a lot of random crap in my hallways. And we're going to be finishing this up for a while, I think. Elf Goblin tag teamed us. Yeah, pretty much. Also, how's the value of that guild hall doing? Still, you know, something that will always just kind of make me facepalm is when it's just like, it's not a high enough value. It's like, but it is though. I guarantee you it is. How about I do this? Let's just throw some gem windows in between the statues. Just some tantrums, nothing critical right now as far as crime. Currently, the biggest priority is get the bodies cleaned up. So once the bodies are cleaned up, then I'll worry a little bit more about, you know, dealing with other issues, right? You just always chuck artifacts behind walls to up value? Yeah, sure. Totally could do that. I mean, the only reason it's not confirmed high enough value yet is because my broker sucks, because I lost my other broker. But we're getting close to summer, and we'll be able to trade in the summer. I'm also actually, I think, going to remove clothing from here for right now. They'll still put them all in and chuck them in there, but I just need these body parts gone. Lower quality clothing will still go in there, but I just need all of this stuff gone. Yeah, my other broker broke. Yeah, my other broker kind of unexisted himself. Unfortunately. That's also just going to here and see what else still needs to be paused, because there's probably other things that... No, pretty much everything is good. Just a whole lot of dumping items and a whole lot of getting rid of stuff. And a lot of loading these up. Yeah, so do children. Hireling mercenary. I've also seen the Hammerer and the Dungeon Master beat prisoners when the Captain of the Guard is busy, but the Dungeon Master is supposed to have a different task, which isn't actually implemented. Which I think is kind of funny, but I think I'll just do this, actually. We'll just move this over to this side from this side. And then if I put a little wall around here, then it's less likely they'll set themselves on fire. Also, I can make it look prettier that way. Oh my god, so much random crap. Holy Jesus. Well, good news is we're getting there. They've been dumping for like a whole season. It's been longer than days. It has been a very long time. They're also just trying to put stuff away. Because we've also just got a lot of stockpiles that need to be moved around. That's okay, though. We're getting to it. One slow piece at a time. Months of garbage duty? Yeah. I mean, what I really need is I need a better way of cleaning stuff. Especially if we're going to be at war with elves, because they have a lot of collateral. Okay, so... need to make sure that this squad is training. Which currently they're not. This squad isn't training. So I've got some new soldiers who need training. King of Pudding is tired, but no permanent wounds, so that's good. Seems that everybody is standing, which is what you want to see. Justice Labor, the Helmed Extinction is a good name. Always build an Atom Smasher. I personally feel that Atom Smashers are cheesy. They're not bad, like you can absolutely use them. But I try not to. So for me, Atom Smashers are kind of a last resort. Versus like, you know, if I would prefer to use lava or something else. If given the option. But right now, the priority here is get items or get all of the bodies out of here. Dump as much of the stuff that I don't need as possible. And then once all of that process is done, then we can start getting back to some semblance of normal, I guess. What are they meant to do? I think that the Dungeon Master is, I know that the Dungeon Master came in as part of Villains. And was supposed to do something to do with villainous plots, which haven't been enabled yet. So, who knows? I don't. Just in time for another siege? Oh, trust me, if we get sieged again, I'm locking the doors. Like, yeah, we are not going to deal with that again. Speaking of, at least they're seeking a parlay. Hello, goblins. How is we? That door's already shut. Although, I'll have a pretty good idea of how big the siege is. Did they just shoot a bolt at something? Actually, because they are requesting a parlay dis. Because they're not going to attack me unless I attack them. Does anybody know when the next full moon is? It's probably like the 25th or something, right? Because I have this very convenient, you know, cage trap system here. And I think that could be funny. Yeah, it's not a where buffalo time, it's a there buffalo time. All of these have been improved in multiples of ways. Also, they don't just look like, well, I guess they will just look like moons, but I didn't realize they didn't look like moons when they were not in were form. Let's follow you. Oh. That needs to be dealt with. Did I? No, I didn't. What do you mean, whoops, wrong accept? Oh, I see what you mean. It wasn't us, it was the werebeast. Yeah, okay. What was what for, Aiden? I'm not sure what room you're referring to. Good news, I'm not really seeing bodies anymore. Oh, the area where I built the floor. Yeah, it's a guild hall. Okay, so link. So now we just need to wait until the next full moon, which means I'm going to miss trading, but that's okay. Okay, so I'm just going to do this. Corpse. Body. Parts. Let's get all of that dealt with, and now we wait until the full moon. Which is the good times. Who doesn't like the full moon? It's the best of times. There, buffalo, 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 where buffalo? Is where buffalo. Let me just also grab bows, because I've got a lot of wooden bows now. Please don't invisible them. Just throw them in the garbage. Actually, I'll just throw all of this into the garbage. Does anybody want to look up for me the day that the next full moon is? Because I'm pretty sure it'll be around the 20th, but if anybody knows the exact day, let me know. The happiest available dwarf snail. Urist is very happy, who is a recruit. Do you want a dwarf that's going to live longer or the happiest? Because Urist is the happiest, but Urist is in the military, so I cannot confirm or deny how long Urist will live. But, like, we could give you Zephon, or I could give you Bombrek. We're also pretty happy. But what do you prefer, Snail? Oh, damn right. I'm going to try, Ilbjorn. It's the 19th? Okay. So I'll pull the lever on the end of the 18th, after it's been the 18th for a few seconds. Wouldn't it be different? No, it's on a set day, George. Every month has a set day that they have a full moon. You want yours? Okay. Snail. Often feels filled. Should pause game. Often feels filled with joy. He actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. Easily is moved to mercy and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He thinks that he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. He dislikes the natural world and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He's a little tight with resources when working on projects, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He's grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors, and he's slow to trust others. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He doesn't really care about anything anymore because of all the bodies he saw on the way in, most likely. Dreams of mastering skill and personally values tradition and values tranquility and a peaceful day. Likes iron, pig iron, wax opal, and clear glass. Giant tapir leather, the colors cinnamon, and warhammers, helms, and guinea fowls for their social nature, and the words of the crested wall, and when possible prefers to consume gray parrot and potato wine and strawberries, and I like strawberries, and hates mosquitoes. That's relatable. He has no friends because he only just got here, and he's very happy about the items he has, and he doesn't seem to like training too much, but he only just started, so. Okay. Let's grab this lever. Staring at the moon. You've been watching it for the last, and you lost it for the last hour, and you lost it to Snail. I mean, hey, sometimes the early bird doesn't get the worm. Or the dwarf, in this case. What do you think, chat? Do you think that we can successfully pull off this stoppage of the siege with a were creature? I don't think I've ever successfully done this before. So this is a first time try thing for me. I also like how the siegers are just sitting there, and then we're just like, hey, pay no attention to the cage trap that we are putting a lever on. Pay no attention. Do not mind the cage trap. It may or may not cause you to die. 16th. $16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Okay, so it's about 20 seconds. 1, 6, 7, the mayor's been reelected. Well, that's good. Well, that was a little quicker than I wanted. Come on. Come on. Come on. Don't. Ugh. Well, I timed that poorly. All right, well, I guess we'll just fight them with the military then. Thankfully, although he might come back. Also, it wasn't the 18th. I should check the wiki. Oh, well. He very well may come back, though. That was unfortunate. Yeah. Had the day wrong anyway. All right, let's turn the borough on. And deny the parlay. There isn't actually that many of them, so I'm not too worried. And we'll get to see if there's any more holes in the fort. Why? Why? Oh, because that is faster. Got it. Now we get to see the route the baddies take, which is actually going to be quite useful. Looks like they are going exactly where I want them to go, which is good. Chat said the 19th. I heard the 18th. I read the 18th, but oh well. I'm not blaming chat for that. That was me anyway. Should have put them in the hallway. It was kind of a Hail Mary anyway. Gotta fight them in the dark. You do need to have the subscription in order to use those emotes, though, Hireling. Which costs the exact amount it costs in your region, and I don't know. Because it changes from region to region now. Also, this is going to be a nice small siege to fight. So, chat, you guys want to play-by-play, or should we just let the dwarves fight it out? What do you think? Because if you want to play-by-play, I need a bunch of Vile Forces of Darkness. Works on your end? Yeah, it's because you haven't refreshed the stream. Since your sub ran out, most likely. I need more Vile Forces of Darkness if you want the play-by-play. Gotta show your excitement. Which you definitely have. Metal Speaker the Ill is Lanix's full title, who's charging in and dodges at the first bolt loosed by the goblins. The unsuspecting goblins do not realize exactly what they have signed up for. Fighting with the goblins, and they begin chopping away at their heads, in this case with a hammer. The Hammerlord bashes the goblin crossbowman in the upper body with an iron warhammer, bruising the muscle and bruising the left lung. The Goblin Lasher strikes at the Hammerlord, but the shot was blocked. The Hammerlord bites the Goblin Lasher in the lower arm, but it was deflected by their Iron Gauntlet. Went for the hand, I guess. The Lasher strikes at the Dwarf, but it was parried by the Warhammer. Then the, even though it was deflected, he does shake him around by the lower arm, tearing the lower arm's muscle and bruising the bone. The initial bite just didn't do anything. Private Parking, thank you very much for the gifted sub. And Cathode, thank you very much for the 13th month. I'll have to check the daily minimum in a minute. Because we're probably a ways off of that, actually. We didn't even come close to making it yesterday, which is kind of funny. We're currently, what? $50 US away from hitting my daily minimum, which is if I stream for 8 hours, if I hit the minimum, then I made minimum wage. Ilmiran, thanks for the $1. Appreciate you. The Hammerlord bashes the Goblin Lasher in the upper body with his Iron Warhammer and bruising the muscle and shattering the right false ribs. And congratulations on that streak, Diamond. The Goblin Axeman strikes on the lower body, but the shot was definitely parried. They're moving through many of these goblins, including Gut Sticks, or Gut Sticks. I like that name. One event away from a hype train. This Goblin Lasher seems to be having a very rough time. I mean, this is the one that got bit, after all. The dwarves are continuing to push through. Right next to Lanix, we have Tiny Hippo, who is a legendary axe dwarf, who just left a martial trance, was in a martial trance in a previous fight, who punches a Goblin Lasher in the right hand with his left hand, which was deflected by a gauntlet. Tiny Hippo, also doing quite well, moving up and through the Goblin forces, is very satisfied after improving observation, but isn't so thrilled about all of these bodies that he's seen. I'm sure the goblins just around the corner here are hearing the screams, but have no real idea of what they're about to walk into. So I'm going to tell the squads to head forward and give them a proper greeting. Tiny Hippo ran in first and actually is stunned because a Goblin Maceman charged him and collided with him. So a Goblin did the football maneuver. And that did, however, caused him to get toppled over because they tumbled together. And the Goblin Maceman then missed horribly, and then missed a second time, and then the Axe Lord hacked the Goblin Maceman in the head, which beheaded him. So that's his head on the ground, and his body is underneath him. And he says, "Our time in the Cyclopean domain is brief. Begone, fear." Well done, Tiny Hippo. Probably counted that as a... no, that was not a legendary kill. It was not a notable kill, unfortunately. That was just an goblin. And they are making quick work of them. Well done, soldiers. Now go back to training. I wonder how the newbies are doing, such as Asob here, who apparently has a weapon, which is strapped to your upper body. Oh, because your ability to grasp is somewhat impaired. Well, I should throw in somebody else. Such as Imush here, who hopefully isn't mushy, and hopefully has full usage of both of her hands. She does! And she is also not mushy, which is good. Well fought, dwarves. Well fought. Why did you miss? Well, you're not dead. You have a title, you have a lot of kills, and are one of the few who didn't die. Most of the dwarves died. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger, which is good. We need more migrants. We're also one resub, one prime sub, or one gifted sub, or $1 in bits away from a hype train. And I'm, well, that number hasn't really changed. I'm about $50 away from my daily minimum. So if you happen to have a prime sub, now is a good time to use it. So this is my Doctor's Guild. And just north of it here is going to be my new hospital once I get the floors done. Need 91 blocks. Let's just do all claystone. And let's turn the burrow off, because only half of this is even in the burrow. Well, guild's established. For the orb? Yeah, of course. What else would it be for? Play doctor is one way to put it. More like B doctor. Not to be confused with a C doctor. Uh-oh. are running away in fear from this here goblin. Well, I guess we should kill this here goblin. Because it, you know, it is scaring away my current new populations. But we're now in an ad break, so I will pause game. You're afraid to invest high to lose it all? Well, so don't. Know your limit and invest your imaginary worthless tickets within it. Oh, man. I went and checked the stats on the interview. I lost 2 subscribers on the interview. Who does that? What? Really? What'd I do? Why you hate me? I make cool interview with developer of video game, and you unfollow? Sag. What are tickets? A completely pointless chat currency that predates the official Twitch chat currency that I've had since 2016. If you type an exclamation point tickets, you'll see how many you have, and then you can invest them by typing in invest and then the number of tickets within the number of tickets you have, and it's a little like random chance draw mini game. I kept it because everybody else got rid of theirs, and I like it. I don't know. It is very old. It was Tarn and Putnam. Oh no! Could the subs have expired? That's not how Twitch subscriptions work. Or not. That's not how YouTube subscriptions work.
Sour Grove cheered. X101.
If somebody unsubscribes while watching a video, it says that you lost X number of subscribers from the video itself. So that's what happened. Somebody watched the video and then clicked the unsub button while it's on the video. And Snail has been possessed. Which is interesting, because I thought that soldiers whilst in soldier mode couldn't get possessed, but I guess you learn something every day. And claims a mason shop. Thanks for the $1.01 in biddies. Yeah, the hype train timing timed out because all of those tips were more than 5 minutes ago, and it has a 5-minute window to make the hype train work, to make the hype train happen. But it timed out. It's gonna make a gnarly chair. Why a chair specifically? Okay, so I should be able to start re-implementing jobs again. Although the way I'm going to do this is by clicking the cancel button, because canceling jobs that are automated, which they are, will just re-automate them in a moment. He won't make a coffin. That would be very fitting. If he makes an armor stand, I'll put it in the barracks. Oh, I screwed up. I made the front claystone. You're supposed to be schist. Well, I can fix that easily enough. I want the colors to be consistent, you know? Might as well also use this as an opportunity to start, you know, flooring this up here. Oops, that was a boulder, not a block. That was claystone again. There it is. I don't think they do that with furniture. It would be cool if they did, though. If they would drag around a piece of furniture. Although, I've never tried making a piece of furniture a, like, noble's item, but I wonder if they would carry it around. I don't know. Sandstone, gizzard stones, fungi wood, alpaca cloth, and steel bars. It's kind of funny that the dwarf that uses steel bars for the artifact is not a dwarf making a weapon artifact. I personally find that really funny, actually. Okay, so what do you have? What do you still need? Probably body parts, right? Bars, metal, cloth thread, like a skeleton or something. Gem shining. Or a cut gem. Bones. Okay, so let's cut a gem and butcher an animal. Butcher a pig and a horse. And, I don't have my cavern layer highlighted, I don't think. Although it looks like we got plenty of gems, so. Because we're just encrusting furniture. Kind of non-stop, so. Might as well get to that. Oh, we got plenty of cut gems. We're good. Besides making silver warhammers? Yeah, I mean, if you want to make higher quality crafts, certainly. I mean, billion is worth more than, which I always say is billion, which I know is wrong, but it is worth more than lead. So if you're looking to make a lot of crafts, then yes, billion is a pretty good use for it. You know, I am a big fan of artifact statues, so let's hope for the artifact statue. Yeah, it looks like he needed the bones. I'm also keeping an eye out for ghosts, but doesn't seem like any have popped up. What you going for now, Var dwarf? It's an interesting route to take. Ah, cloth. Alpaca wool cloth, it looks like. Chat, do you ever make billin? I find myself being a bit too lazy to make things like billin, because if I have tetrahedrite, I usually find that I need the silver and the copper. I usually just make like copper armor out of it, and silver gear. So this artifact is going to be gabbro steel, alpaca wool cloth, sandstone gizzard stones, fungi wood logs, steel bars, stray alpaca or stray boar bone, and wool cloth. Uh-oh. Cavern dwellers. We must defend the fortress. I really need to make a Oh no, Cattle, the king of pudding, is currently bleeding, and was the. Oh man, buddy. Wrong place, wrong time, dwarf. Wrong place, wrong time. Rest in peace to the king of pudding. Our vengeance will be swift. It's a grim day, this. It's a grim day. Tis a grim day. Well, he has a grave. So there is that. You make noble chambers out of billion blocks. I should, now that we actually have the proper thing set up, I should check what I can make. I can make electrum, although I don't actually have that. How much gold? How many bars do I have? What do I have? I have 32 gold. Let's also check stone, because I haven't been paying too much attention to what I have for ore. Also, I don't know when they did this, but I'm pretty sure they made it so that you can search by the directory type instead of just the item type. I don't know when that came in, but that wasn't always the case. Okay, so I got hematite, I got lemonite, I got galena. Got cassiterite, obviously, which I could smelt some of. Which is tin. I don't know. I don't think that... Is tin combinable with anything? Kind of want to just make rose gold bars. Let's just run rose gold bars until I run out of rose gold. We'll do that. Because I think that would be nifty. I'm also going to, not cheat, but I'm going to make a really big stockpile right here to get all the bars and coke from upstairs down here faster. Happy Friday. Suited. How do I generate these caves? Are you asking what settings I use? I increase the openness a little bit in Advanced World Gen. I do have a tutorial on that, but aside from that, I didn't generate them, the game did. Snail has created a Savish Bem, a Gabbro hatch cover. Oh, that's even better. And claims it as a family heirloom. An untoppable hatch cover. This is a Gabbro hatch cover. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned sandstone cabochons and decorated with fungi wood and pig bone, and encircled with bands of alpaca wool and steel. This object is encircled with bands of alpaca wool and Gabbro, and menaces with spikes of alpaca wool. On the item is an image of the Socket of Fame, the steel battle axe in steel. I think swap it out for this one up here. And the militia can use it or can gaze upon it as they train. Speaking of the militia, this needs some flooring. Any of you nerds have tips on how to find things in a giant goblin fortress? You've been in a bunch of towers already. Look for the stairs going down in the bottom of the towers, and then have fun getting lost. But what you want to find, and if it's a goblin fortress, the dark tower should be in the center. So the area with whomever the leader might be would be at the center. Okay, so Mayor shouldn't have any other tasks assigned. That should get built up pretty quick. And this down here needs to be finished. So you were what? Dolomite blocks? Also, am I making rock blocks? I don't think so. So let's say rock block. Let's just do this seasonally and just do 300. Why you cancel me, game? Oh, probably because it doesn't have anywhere. They don't have anywhere to stand. So I'll just use the extra blocks. That's fine. Although, actually, I don't want these here. I'm silly. I do, however, want these here. And then I'm going to test this thing before I build the whole, all of it. There we go. You love Dwarf Fortress? Really? Me too. I think this game's pretty good. Is that a good play? If your mayor is overworked, then they can't run the meetings as quickly. I like them to not go nuts. So I try and give them a couple of tasks, but I may actually remove farming from this mayor, because that's a very time-intensive task, which I don't really want them doing. Look at all of these jobs. Turns out there's a lot of bars in the fort. A lot of bars. Is it more efficient? Well, if you're making bespoke bedrooms and every bedroom is unique, that is, you don't even need to ask me that. It's just less efficient. I like doing it because they look nice, but I also don't really care about efficiency. So I do it, but it is 100% less efficient. But I quite literally do it because I like the way it looks. That's it. And that is the only reason I do it. So you're grabbing, what are you using for rose gold? You're making rock blocks. So I can never remember actually what goes into rose gold. Although I have to decide what we're going to do with the rose gold. I think tables. Tables and chairs, maybe. Furniture. Big fan of gold furniture. So it's gold bars, and what's the other one? Gold bars. So 2 gold bars. It's just been so long since I made 3 gold bars. What's the third piece? Or this is the other piece. Copper, okay. How much copper do I have? Not much, okay. Well, getting rose gold. You know, it's just a matter of practice. If you're used to building something a certain way, you will continue building it that certain way, right? I personally don't really care about symmetry. I think asymmetry is way prettier, but even I had to break that habit because I did that. While learning this game, I initially fell into stuff. I mean, I used to do that in games like RimWorld. But, I mean, I broke my way out of it by forcing myself into restrictions. And honestly, it was watching Krug Smash videos that made me want to break out of it. So many hauling tasks. When this stockpile is empty, we know that we've succeeded, so. And as a reminder, I do have a minimum amount of revenue I like to make per stream, which gets me to minimum wage. And numbers moved up a little bit, but we are still 46 US dollars away from that number. So if you happen to have a Prime sub, just don't forget about me. Is this one not working? What stockpile number is this? 23? Oh, I see the problem here. It's not actually loading the coal. That's the issue. It's loading the ore, but not the coal. Which explains a lot, actually. Have a hatch that goes down a bedroom? Yeah, I mean, you can still make them perfectly symmetrical. I mean, for me, like, a lot of the variety that comes in Dwarf Fortress is making satisfying looking forts. So if you find symmetrical forts satisfying to look at, make symmetrical forts. I just don't find them that satisfying to look at, which is why I don't make them. I personally find the more abstract designs to be much more visually compelling, which is why that's what I go out of my way to do. But you know, at the end of the day, you make what you think looks good, and if you like the look and the aesthetics and the visuals of a very symmetrical space, then do that. More power to it, even, because that would be the best way for you to make your fort. As far as I'm concerned, that's all that really matters, is that you like what you're looking at. Because I've definitely seen some absolutely banger-looking symmetrical forts over the years. I should have just made that into granite floor anyway. A fractal fort? Just made your head hurt? Yeah, that would make my head hurt. I would have a similar result there. Did it at least look cool for part of it, or did it just kind of stop looking cool after a while? Can engrave these floors to get rid of the mud. I'll just probably deconstruct and reconstruct these ones. Or maybe just construct over them. Yeah, that'll be easier. Although I'm almost out of jet, so... I do think that the vertical bedroom style, where you build stairs down into bedrooms, is a really good way, too, to kind of break out of habits. If you have consistent habits, that's also a pretty good way to get out of it. All right, well, that's being worked on. I need to go work on other things. So this right here, the idea behind this... Need to finish that. These are all done, sweet. So the idea behind this is I will have rollers here, 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 and here, and then rollers at the top. And ideally, it should get going fast enough that it shoots this way, down really, really quickly, and then flies across. And then ideally catches and goes back up. They may also just collide with the wall. And if they collide with the wall, then I have a secondary option, which is I have a second entrance that's one layer down, or maybe, yeah, just one layer down. And then they'll reconnect with the up and down part. That's the idea. And ideally, it'll be going fast enough that it'll cause goblins to dodge out of the way and then fall. Sound fun? It may also be prudent to put tracks on these, but I will wait on that a little bit. No, because I don't find those expansions to be particularly compelling. Because to me, the interest in a lot of Dwarf Fortress and its systems comes from the fact that... let's use Gabbro. I have to go mine some. For me, the interest in Dwarf Fortress systems comes from the fact that the vanilla stuff has so much variety. And adding a lot of those mods for me doesn't do too much. All it's effectively doing, not effectively or whatever word I was trying to say. What it's effectively doing is like just adding more, and more does not equals more betterer, at least for me. So that's why I don't play with those expansions. I'll play with a total overhaul mod from time to time, but that's very much a from time to time kind of thing. Why do you ask? Now this is gonna need more power, I think. But that's okay. Man. Certainly have no more jet gear assemblies. Fortunately, it's 200 power points per water wheel, so. So much rodent man blood. No, because the reason a lot of those mods haven't been ported is because they need sprites, right? They would need graphics. Which is why the total overhaul mods of days past aren't as common as they once were. Because back in the day, you would just be like, well, I want to make a total overhaul mod, so what do I need? Well, I need visuals now, which you didn't in the past, so. Could just put it in the middle of the hallway, which would be kind of fun. Yeah, why don't I put it in the middle of the hallway? Well, that's nice and convenient. Let's just dig to right here, because I'm going to need to build up. Well, I can dig down into it, which will actually be pretty easy to do. So this one, I would like to pause. But it's still got the up-down stair, and then if I go up to the top, you right here, I can now pause. Yeah, and that's the reason, like, you're not going to see as many of those, like, total conversion mods is because you basically need, like, 3,000 sprites. Unless you want to play in ASCII, which I'm not going to do that because I have bills to pay. And when I stream in ASCII, people tune in for the novelty for a little bit, and then a lot of people tune out, especially the more casual audience. So as much as I like that, I've got bills to pay in this business, unfortunately. So I do have to not go bankrupt. Sage Bitey, thanks for helping me hit the daily minimum. We're still a ways off. That sounded bad. Oh. Thief! Protect the horde from stinking filth. Also, we are in an ad break. I'm gonna go take a piss. I will be right back. Coffee's kicking in, it seems. Thanks for the penny, Sauergroat. You haven't been able to play the ASCII versions of Dwarf Fortress over the years, despite how many times I'd come back. I just couldn't parse, remember, figure out anything. I don't know. I mean, I can play it. Like playing it isn't the issue. It's audience retention that is the issue there. Are you guys also from Plunger? They're also from Plunger. I wonder where Plunger is. Brolder. Good luck with that. Oh, this is the wrong spot. Look at me being all smart. You're from the YouTube channel? Well, hello, Sassy Changeling. I guess you changelinged from YouTube chatter to Twitch chatter. They do until they run out of ammo, Shane. So you might be out of ammo. Although that was a question from like almost 20 minutes ago, so. But yes, hunters do go out and hunt things. They just stop when they run out of ammo. Legends Viewer would be cheating. And I'm not going to use it in this instance. I'm wondering out loud, if I wanted to find it, I would go find it in adventure mode. And yes, I'm well aware that they don't pop up on the map by default. I don't need you to base explain Dwarf Fortress to me, unless you're telling somebody in chat, in which case, go ahead. Thank you for the attempt, though. It's a thought that counts. Figured you'd sit on Twitch today instead of YouTube. Well, welcome to the Twitch side of things for today. Guess my dwarfs whomst is digging is busy. Also, fun fact, did you know that if they dig up through the bottom of an aquifer, it doesn't cancel digging. YouTube app takes less battery? I wonder why that is. It's probably because it's always running and because it's a Google app. Well, actually, that would depend on. Would depend on whether or not you're an iPhone or an Apple user. Twitch app is a bit of a battery hog. Makes sense. Actually, let's get rid of this one. Gonna need to place a wall here and build the stairs going down. I'm gonna need to deal with all of the potential leaks in this as well, which is why I'm doing floors next to these. And the reason I'm gonna need to deal with all of these potential leaks Is if I don't, then it will probably seal up the pumps at the bottom. I have to be kind of cautious with that. And my dumbness strikes again. So I will just do it this way instead. Because I managed to get it one tile off twice. Because these stairs are going to be in the wrong spot. Actually, no, I put it in the right spot, but then realized that was in the wrong spot, so. Oh well, we have a caravan which has arrived from the dwarves, who's here to trade, which is good, because god damn it, I need to trade. Because look at all these papaya breastplates. I mean, my grody. Actually, I wonder. Oh shit, you can also search. This is new. You can search by material type now. So I could just search for papaya. Well, that's cool. Used to not be able to do that. I wonder if that's like since Adventure Mode released. Hell yeah, Putnam or Tarn. That seems like a Putnam feature, but... Got so many porcelain earrings. Yeah, because we've got Oaken, we got Kapak.
Wintersea cheered. X100. Happy Friday.
Wintersea, thank you very much for the $1. Let's just go to ammo, actually. Let's get rid of all these arrows that I won't ever use. Bolts of other materials are good to have around, but not the arrows. Although, did I trade my bolts as well? I shouldn't have. No, I didn't. Although I will sell the copper arrows, which, yeah, they are in there. Let's go down to weapons, I think. Because I'm also going to have a shit ton of random wooden weapons. The metal stuff I will melt down eventually. I'll sell the copper halberd because that's not all that valuable. Let's also open this door up. And unlock this. Does elf stuff not say grown? I don't think I think they say grown if you examine them. Yeah, they say grown if you examine them. The papaya wood arrow? Actually, you know what? Now that you mention it. Did elf stuff ever say that when they sieged? Because I know that they do with the traders, because I was trading the other day. But I can't remember about the siege gear. I need to go look at VODs or something. But yeah, that is odd. Now that you point that out, King of Pudding. Also, thank you very much to the, 189 of you tuning in here on Twitch today, and the 66 over on YouTube. Definitely a slow Friday. Sometimes Fridays are very slow. I think it's because people get off work early, But, we're crawling towards the minimum, though. Need another 28 bucks, which we'll probably do in Prime subs by the end of it. YouTube needs another 6? Nah, YouTube needs like another 40. I'm going to make less than $10 in ad revenue on YouTube today, most likely. Cave Dwellers. Surprise Darkness. Did my trap not get reloaded? Must have. That or they skipped it. Here comes the soldiers. Steamrolling the newbie, the critters. Yeah, I think we need some watchdogs down here or something, is what we need. All right, squads, you guys get back to work. Matsubami the child is throwing a tantrum. That charge was awesome. Yeah. 66 Quake Cave Dwellers. Jeez, I hope not that many. That would be a lot, man. Here comes Old Wounds to do the brokering. Old Wounds is called Old Wounds because they arrived injured as part of a migrant wave, which I think is curious. Let's also say leather armor. Could also just search by X. See what we can still sell. It's probably gonna be this is gonna be a huge trade. And we'll just replace the clothing that we still need if I sell stuff that doesn't need to be sold. I wonder if elves will buy porcelain stuff. I've never tried. I presume so. It's not weapons. Still fun to fight. Yeah, I mean, me and Tarn talked about that a little bit yesterday. Certainly was something that came up. It's very much a, you know, needs a rework feature regardless, so. You think it's the charcoal they hate? Well, I mean, in the case of metal, they don't like weapons. And they don't like stuff that was made using charcoal, but I don't know. It doesn't use wood. I mean, it does if you're using charcoal kilns, but I wonder. Like I said, I've never tried because I don't find kilonite very often. So the fact that this fort has just like a huge surplus of kilonite is kind of neat. How can they tell? Magic, obviously. They know. They know everything. They can hear the screams of their long-past friends. It speaks to them. Elves. Understand how elves think. Hireling mercenary. Or the game's Raws would also understand how they think. Toady probably understands how they think. But, I don't know. Something I'd need to try. But we're at war with an elvish faction. We are also allied with an elvish faction in this world. So, I don't know. If maybe the ones that we're allied with will start trading with us at some point. Man, platinum bars are so friggin' heavy. Like, holy Jesus. Man, I'm just gonna buy out their entire wagon. Jeez. Waiting on a few more items. At least we have a ton of food now. That's pretty baller. Although now I need to buy something back from them. Which is kind of funny. Because I don't think... Okay, that I can't offer as a gift, so I will just... Yeah, whatever. Whatever, it's fine. Let's fill up the stockpile. Guessing that items made with charcoal could have a different marker on them. Yeah, no, certainly. Like, but I'm using lava forges, so I'm presuming because but some certain materials they just don't like regardless. Just want to get rid of this water that's here so I can dig around it. There we go. Let that drain out. Okay, so let's see how my digging is going here. You can get smoothed. Actually, not totally, because you need to not be suspended. Problem is that there's now just a shit ton of water in this, so I guess I'll have to dig through the side of this. And you're stuck. Well, that sucks. Should probably let them out. I have some dwarves stuck in that staircase. I guess the water filled quicker than they were expecting. Easily enough to fix, though. Easy enough to fix, though. I feel like they would know, but I've also never tried selling them clear glass. Because if I'm making clear glass, I'm keeping my goddamn clear glass, because that is far too annoying of a material to make. To just, you know, sell it. Well, that's Bernie. That's scary. Forgotten beast named Asno. Ostragestrist, or however you say that, has come. A great beakless vulture. I really hope this can't get into my fort. A giant beakless vulture. It undulates rhythmically. Beware its fire. This is not the layer that it can get into my fort. The bewildering cat. I mean, it's not a cat, but I like the name. I didn't realize cat could be a title. It hasn't killed anything that we know of, but it does have a title, which would mean it probably has killed something, or somebody named it. Very happy it can't get to me. We got another weaponsmith in a Fey mood. I'm gonna just go to bars real quick, and we're gonna make us a platinum artifact. That's what I'm gonna do. And it seems that I can shrinkify. Oh, geez. Well, that sucks. I was going to say I can shrinkify this, but instead of hitting the edit button, I deleted it. So now I just have to remake it, which is fine. Just take a few clicks. Just metal bars, and you right here. Metal bars, metal coal. Oh, I also need to put coal into it. So where's that strange mood at? You're down here. Have you gone splat yet? Nah, you might be dead. Yeah, you were one of the dwarves who fell in the siege. Oh, well, that was quick. Grabs the platinum bars and works furiously. So it's going to be a platinum artifact. Any bets on what kind of weapon this here Ast makes? His friends do say he's a bit of an Ast sometimes. A whip? Ooh, that would be interesting. Spear? Happy, military, bearded. Happy and military don't really go hand in hand, and happy isn't a very common trait in this fort, but we'll see what we can do. Select from the list. Sword? I think it would be cool if you made a maul, because sometimes you get human weapons and artifacts. You're relatively new to Dwarf Fortress. I understand the hate on I don't understand the hate on elves. So, I think that you are laying ownership to something that is way older than you, that you could not possibly understand. Elves are immortal and have existed before time. Your trees, you say? What gives you the right to those trees? Exactly. Now, if you said they called you short, I would fully understand your hate. But you'll take the captain? Which one? Because this is not a bearded dwarf. The other one is already named. Dumad is already named. And this one doesn't have a beard. So you're contradicting yourself. You said happy, military, bearded, not bearded. I mean, you can like make that a less like stingy thing. Havoc, you can like, which I think is what you're talking about. You can change that in difficulty options. So I'm waiting on you, Ice Blue. You're holding up the entirety of the stream strategy right now. Would you like Udib? They have beard. Would you like Aban? They have beard. Still waiting. Boopy doopy doop. Da doobity doobity doop. Boopy doopy doop. Da doobity doobity doop. Boop boop ba doop. Boop, boop, ba-doop. You'll go without the beard. Okay. Ice Blue, more like Ice Slug. Anyway, she dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them. She is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She tries to keep her things orderly, occasionally overindulges, and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. She isn't particularly curious about the world and can handle stress, often feels envious of others, and tends to not reveal personal information. She stammers when she's excited and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds those that develop skills with weapons and fighting distasteful and doesn't care about nature one way or another. And doesn't care about art one way or another. She likes shale and lay pewter, as well as light yellow diamond, scepters and anvils, and two-legged rhino lizards for their horn. The sound of the laces of silk and the sight of the meandering lyrics, and when possible, prefers to consume Gila monster. Gila! Anyway, whoa! And when possible, prefers to consume Gila monster and pond turtle, and asparagus, and single-grain wheat beer, and olive oil. And hard wheat seeds, and durians. She's got a lot of favorite foods. And absolutely hates snails. Poor Snail. Are you in a squad with Snail? You are. There's something kind of funny about that to me. I'm going to give this main squad a break. Let them go do other things. So when they're done training, they will all zip off and...
Hello, fellow dwarfs.
Hello, fellow Raikalu. How are you? Chat, can I get a round of beers for Raikalu, keeping that sub alive for a 13th month? I don't know. Wouldn't that be a dwarf bone rope then? Oh, actually, no, probably not. Because they make furniture? Well, actually, well, rope is considered furniture. I've never seen a fell mood make a rope, so I don't know. I don't get fell moods that often. I'm actually like quite excited when I do get them. Because like they happen so infrequently. So let's make rose gold table and rose gold throne. How many rose gold bars do I has? 36. Let's make 6 of each. That should add up. Make platinum chains for the dungeon? I don't have that much platinum. But we could. Yeah, sure, why not? We need to get to that. And that I can make, what, 15 of? For all 15 bars? I still don't know where I'm going to put the dungeon. Actually, you know where I should put the dungeon? I should put the dungeon in one of these towers. Which would be pretty easy to build into. So why don't we do that? Actually, why don't I do it this way? Yeah, let's do it this way. Oh, Gabbro's cheap. Got tons of that. Which is probably what I'm going to make this walkway into as well. Although, I should probably also make a better set of stairs for this, because this is a little slapdash and unfinished. I wonder what... Oh, there's a... Right. Building present. Mm-hmm. And this right here, I'm going to make into a hospital. I just mostly need to figure out where I'm going to put a dungeon, because currently what we really need is just more bedrooms. But I think that that tower could work quite nicely. We are in an ad break, so I will just, you know, work on bedrooms while the ads play out. Because you guys won't be missing too much. I'll get us some more bedrooms in here. Oh yeah, I've done that intentionally, but I've never done that as like a goal per se. I've certainly had forts where we end up with lots of visitors and thus lots of bards in it, but it's not really a priority in the current version of the game. In fact, I generally disable visitors entirely. And then the reason I do that, one of them has a diagonal connection. Which one? The reason I... No, it doesn't. What? Where? Oh, this? Yeah, actually, you're right. There, solves it. One of the reasons I don't do them in this fort is because I don't like how many evil visitors you get right now in the game. Basically, like, if you have visitors allowed, it's like this is one of the reasons why I really want Tarn to return to villains, because villains are not even remotely balanced right now. I don't like having 150 different entities in the world all claim every single one of my artifacts simultaneously the second I make an artifact. So I don't generally have a lot of visitors in my forts these days. Same with like the bug of were creatures migrating to your fort. If it's a fort like this that's absolutely infested with were creatures, you're just putting a timer on your fort essentially. So I don't generally let a lot of visitors into my forts these days, unless I have an external tavern specifically for it. The weaponsmith has created Duran Muril Tolis Aban, a platinum crossbow. Oh, damn. And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Imush Sandpage. That I am going to use. Currently have a steel crossbow, and I'm going to give you the platinum one. And there we go. Weirdest goal I've ever had. No digging. It's pretty weird. Well, yeah, no digging. Although I guess weird is relative. That was certainly ended up with the weirdest fort design. That can get unforbidden. This can be a wall. Let's go all the way up. Although, actually, I don't need to smooth these. I just need to smooth the aquifer layers, so... Good for bashing? Yeah! Although the floor piece doesn't matter. Okay, so you right here, you built this. And a gear assembly, and a gear assembly. You know, I could change this slightly, and it would line up. But whatever. You're just not playing Dwarf Fortress then, Kayatoshi. Or you would have a really ugly fortress. Because, like, no building, including furniture, like, you wouldn't be able to have a manager. You'd have to run everything manually. Nobles wouldn't work. No, I wouldn't do that. Why? Just play adventure mode. Like, that's... There's, like... This is the problem I have with challenges, I guess. Audiences are obsessed with them. So you want me to hate playing the game. because that wouldn't be pleasant. It wouldn't be fun to watch. The dwarves would go nuts. I'd have to micromanage every single individual task individually, one by one, which I wouldn't want to do. No. Do you hate me? Like, what the fuck's the point? I like playing this video game and being creative. That's what's entertaining to me. I do challenges because y'all motherfuckers don't watch videos if they're not called a challenge. Not because I like them. And I like playing the game, not ruining it. So if you want to go ruin the game, go ruin it for yourself. Leave me out of it, thanks. I really wish people just watched creativity. Well, thankfully, ignore unreasonable requests is simple. So there is no, challenge there per se. Bracelets and crowns, eh? I'm sure I'll have plenty of used clothing. Yeah, well, it is what it is. I maintain that I enjoy enjoying games and don't enjoy not enjoying games. So, at the end of the day, to heck with your culture. Let's just deconstruct this, actually. This would be the easier way to do it, and then just dig down. Same. I'm glad that you're happy sat here watching normal Dwarf Fort. No one has ever done a fort like this? Well, I mean, at the end of the day, there is no right way to play Dwarf Fortress because it is a single player game, but if I'm not allowed to build furniture, like I'd rather like take the week off. Like genuinely, like I would just not play. Which thankfully is an option. And I feel like I've gotten pretty good over the years at just simply saying, yeah, no. Yeah, no. I will not do that, thanks. Like, there's certainly entertaining challenges or themes is how I prefer to refer to them as, because that's a much more accurate identifier. But I'm not gonna do a theme that actively ruins the game for me. To have a week to play DF? I mean, yeah. And you know what's funny about the challenge thing? Is even if you do challenges, sometimes people don't watch it. Like, my video where I just didn't memorialize any dead and had shit tons of ghosts everywhere the whole time, which was great fun, by the way, and a really interesting challenge, which led to a really interesting fort. Very few people watch that video in comparison to my other videos. So the silly theory of, well, if it's not a challenge, nobody watches it, it ain't always the case. It ain't always true. That video was great, though. No, it's not their loss, it's my loss. Because that video still hasn't turned a profit. Okay, so now you can build up to here. Although they need somewhere to stand here, so I can just place a floor piece right here. But also, hell yeah, to taking a week of paid time off to play Dwarf Fortress. That's definitely a good use of your PTO there. I was wondering when I was going to get some ghosts. I need a slab. Still on the Damn Ocean series? The Damn Ocean series. Now I'm trying to remember which one that was. Oopsies. Nope, this isn't where I want to go. This is where I want to go. Now the question is, what's the easiest way to transport power? Actually, why don't we just do it this way? So actually, let's just do a ramp up here. And connect that way. So I don't need stairs. You mean like the live stream VODs? Is that what we're going? Yeah, I mean, those will take you years to get through. Since some small, like, function stuff has changed, I wonder if I can search for ghost. Oh, no, I can't. Okay, well, that sucks. That still sucks, but oh well. It's fine. Let's just build a slab here real quick. Let's go blocks. And let's see what we have a surplus of. Got a ton of Gabbro, but I don't like the look of it, so let's do schist instead. I mean, Gabbro is useful, just not for this. And through downloading a bunch of mods and mashing them together, you're currently stability testing a combination of The Long Night and Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom. What version are you playing that on, or did Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom get updated? Because last I checked, it hadn't been updated yet. This actually needs Dolomite. Because I know that that's one of the few mods I've actually seen, like, early screenshots of a tile set for. I remember the popular combination back in the day was My Little Pony, Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom, and Star Wars. That was a pretty common one in early version 40. It was version 44, I think. In fact, if I recall correctly, there was a mega pack that just came with them all pre-set up. In very early beta to the Steam Workshop. Okay, so then, well, it's good to hear it's on the workshop though, because that mod actually had stability issues in version 47 because it never actually got updated. So you would have to go back and it would crash if you tried to generate a world in version 47. So you would have to go to version 47, install the mod, then go back to the version it was made for, and generate a world, and then move the world folder from the old one to the new one so that it wouldn't crash. There was one. King of Pudding. I don't know if it ever got updated. As far as I know, that fandom is mostly dead at this point, so... I don't know if it would ever get updated because of that. Or if that would impact its updatedness? Up-to-dateness. Let's make 25 more beds. Just queue them up. I don't think I have an automated task for that. Oopsies, that was not what I wanted to do. I do, however, want to come down here. Oopsies. And do this. Although I would like to select the material type.
Thank you for the great interview. I enjoyed it a lot.
I'm glad you liked it, Synth. Thanks for helping me hit my daily minimum. Appreciate you greatly. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Synth keeping that sub alive for a 26th month? It's a goddamn long time, dude. You know, let's use the Gabbro for here. And let's also do steel chain. And the reason I'm going to do steel chains as well as those platinum chains is because I am going to need chains for this setup. So let's make 20 steel chains. Let's also check my bars count because I probably have quite a bit of steel. 354 steel. Excellent. Yeah, it has been a while, Synth. Appreciate you sticking around, dude. Don't know why I didn't go all the way to the end there. You thought about doing a haunted fort yourself? Yeah, if that wasn't a resurrection biome, I would have just left the bodies everywhere, but... Did you know that wooden furniture degrades? And so does armor. Armor gets damaged and can degrade. Furniture gets damaged and can degrade. The difference is wooden furniture takes 400 years to deteriorate, and about 250 years for them to deteriorate enough that it starts bothering dwarves. So beds, as an example, if you're doing a very, very, very long-term fort, need to be replaced every 150 years or so, which is really grim when you think like how often on Earth we have, like, you should probably change your mattress more consistently than that. I'll say that. But yes, wooden furniture does in fact degrade. It just degrades slow enough that most people will never notice. Let's go this way. Bones also degrade after the bodies are done rotting. However, when bones degrade, or rather, people just, again, don't normally notice because most degrading bones are sped up very drastically by the fact that most bones are put into a refuse stockpile. And if you didn't know, refuse stockpiles increase the rate of decay by 400%. So stuff degrades 400% faster. if it's in a refuse stockpile. Like every 2 years, maybe if you don't clean it. I usually keep a mattress for about 10 years. But I also have a mattress cover which I wash, so my mattress stays very clean. You want to play DF again, but every time you load it up to create a world, you feel overwhelmed and have to relearn what to do? I don't know how well you've learned Dwarf Fortress in the past, but to me, I've always felt that Dwarf Fortress is kind of like riding a bike. Once you've learned it, you kind of, at least for me, don't really need to learn it again. But maybe you haven't gotten to that point yet, which is understandable, if that's the case. Artifacts do not degrade at any rate, so you cannot speed up the rate of something that does not exist. So no, you cannot increase the rate of decay of an item that doesn't decay. Also, in regards to every 5 seconds, Eurus McDwarf was found dead, contorted in fear. Oh, now I remember why I built that. Built that to finish the stairs, but... Welp. Because in order to build up here, I have to deconstruct this. Then I can get rid of this. So if you throw a, I said decay, I didn't say destroy. If you throw a artifact into lava or crush it with a drawbridge, it will vanish it. But if you reclaim the fortress, it'll appear again. If you retire the fortress, it'll be stealable from things in the overworld. And if you adventure there in adventure mode, you will find it on the map. So you can unexist an item in fort mode like that, but it doesn't actually, like, destroy it. And always look up guides and stuff. It makes it almost always go the same path or with your forts or feel like you're wasting your fort. Well, how about this? We'll call this a guide to help you here, right? There's a there's a thing in the wiki. Okay, it's this. It's called Playstyle Challenge. All right. Playstyle Challenge is just a list of end goals. So I would go to this guide and follow this guide to make things different every time. I can link it in chat if you like. So if you always follow guides, consider those guides. And quit, like, just doing the same thing every time. Like, Dwarf Fortress is kind of the anti-efficiency game in a lot of ways. Did I engrave that slab? No, I did not. Why didn't you remind me, chat? God damn it. All right, so you're right up to there. Okay, so all I gotta do now is just finish building there. But yeah, at the end of the day, I can't fix you if you play the game in such a way that it makes it unpleasant for you or less interesting for you. All I can do is offer potential ideas on what could be solutions, in a sense. You know, why don't we just do this? And then ramp up. Some of them are really grim, yeah. You also need to remember that's a pretty old page. And it's a page that comes from the era of Dwarf Fortress where 4chan was still a relevant going concern. So, if you think about it in that context, it makes a bit of sense why some of them are pretty freaking grim. But because edgelords rule the internet, unfortunately. I didn't want to make that joke, but I was thinking it. Arc note. I do maintain the unfortunately statement, though. Let's see if they're going to finish this. Probably not. I'm probably going to have to deconstruct and reconstruct it. Yep. Such is life. Yeah, hopefully that helps, Charlie. Because honestly, like, I really hope at some point, like, because this isn't on the roadmap at all. I really hope at some point Dwarf Fortress gets achievements. Because Dwarf Fortress is a game that I think would benefit greatly from achievements because it would act as kind of a carrot on the stick for people who need that, you know? Like, personally, I don't need carrot on the stick stuff in games. I really don't. If I want to do a thing, I'll just go do a thing, and I don't really care if there's achievements or not, or goals, or direction. However, like, I think Dwarf Fortress is a game that would really benefit from achievements because it could just, you know, it could act as another, like, way to convince people to try things. In what way? Oh, I not in Dwarf Fortress. You're talking about real life Sage, right? Yeah, but RimWorld has a very, 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 very bullet pointed, loud, massive goal at the end of it, right? Like it does. Like, it's practically bullet pointed with an exclamation point. Get off the fucking planet, right? I mean, Dwarf Fortress kind of does, but it doesn't play all of its cards, right? Oh. We snatched a snatcher. When the snatcher becomes the snatched. Cool. I don't think having achievements would hurt the game at all. I think it would help. Because achievements are outside of the game in that way, you know? I don't know about that, Sauergroat. Although we are in an ad now. I name him Snatched? Yeah, no, I'm probably just going to release him. I'm going to dump all of his stuff off of him and then release him. Could name him Snatched. Snatchy the Snatcher. Snatchables. Everybody's favorite lunchy snack. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, there's no actual mechanical incentive to having achievements in video games. It is purely like just a fun side activity for funsies. Just need to fill these up. Whoa, 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 whoa. Is this a wild jaguar? Huh. Interesting. Also, Plumpy. Hello, Plumpy. You're gonna die. That's unfortunate. Anyway. One of them did get into the fort. Although, seems to have found my weapon traps. Which probably ain't too good for your noggin there. And didn't make it very far. Because Rin of the Stars was eating lunch, and is probably very annoyed that their lunch was interrupted. But Goblin dead, so clap. There's also a splint out there. Should go get that. What's the biome? Mountain. And the reason I was able to settle on mountain is because this was a reclaimed fort. Before moss starts growing. I mean, yeah, that was a very unintentional plan, but we'll call it a plan. And then I'm gonna dig some upstairs right there. And then this will be the prison. Also need to remove and get rid of these doors. So I think that's gonna be all of them. I think what I'm going to do is this. Just going to lay out Gabbro floors. And then for prison cells, I'll invert them into walls. So the way I'm going to do this is just this. Because this works. I wonder... Yeah, we'll just... Maybe this kind of thing is the better way to do it. Because then it'll fit better that way. I could just do it like this. Like so. Yeah, it's fine. Any fun plans for the weekend? I'd like to ride my bike, but it's supposed to rain. Sleep. This is the first weekend where I have no plans since I moved, and I don't have to go back to where I used to live. So my plans for this weekend are rest a little bit, and hopefully finish up a side project, and then start thinking about what I'm going to do for the next big project. I do have a little bit of work stuff I got to do, and a video I would like to make, which is not going to take too long to make, just an afternoon, smaller thing. But I need to start thinking about the next big project sooner than later. Rest is underrated. I can tell you for a fact I don't get enough of it. And recently, like, Elfie was pestering me to take a break, so I will have to do that at some point. Look at that. Platinum chains, 14 of them. I think right now the only person actually committing crimes is a child, so I can't even arrest them. Could also just put 2 out here. And then you plunk a wall piece right there. And I can deconstruct this lever. Can't run on coffee and dwarf forever? Yeah. Yeah, no kidding. And also, like, this past week was the last day that I was making a, well, I mean, the interview, right? That was one of the side projects that I had in the wings, and I knew that that was going to happen this week. And so now that that's out and done, I can start thinking about what the next bigger project is going to be, because the interview in and of itself doesn't take that much time, right? It's like 2 hours, but editing that was a whole day, and planning it takes a lot of mental capacity because it requires, you know, coordinating with several different parties of people, working with, like, communicating with Tarn, communicating with Kit Fox. Kit Fox used to, like, just let me do the interviews and, like, not worry about anything. But ever since Zach accidentally leaked, not major information, but minor information about the Steam release, they've been a little bit less willing, I guess, would maybe be a word I would use, to just let me run the interview. Which, you know, touche. You forgot about the leak? Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Zach mentioned the number of musicians that were working on the game before the game launched. So now, like this interview was the first one that I've done where I straight up had to ask Kit Fox and organize with through Kit Fox instead of organizing it through Tarn, which was quite a bit different from my perspective versus the way I used to do things, or I'm used to doing things is maybe the better way to put it. Because I wanted to do it a couple weeks ago, and they were just like, well, like, I wanted to do it before I moved, and I also wanted to do one like back in the fall, but they were like, we don't want Tarn talking about game until adventure mode is out. I'm like, oh, come on. Well, I mean, it's not the first time they've been remote. I mean, as far as I know, Zach's still in Kitsap County in Seattle, and Tarn is in the UK, right? But they're still working together. I mean, that hasn't changed. They're just not working together in the same room. But that's happened before. I mean, there was a period of time where Tarn left the state, if I remember correctly. I'm getting my timeline stuff right. I don't know why I deconstructed that flooring. Oh well, I can put it back. All right. These can all get doors. You know what would be like the lowest friction bedrooms of all time, but they would look awful? Make a central staircase. and then build a square around every single layer, and then every single layer is your bedroom. They would look ugly, but I'll bet you that would be really efficient. Like, really efficient. I guess, like, that's my, like, my quirk with constructions in this game is I refuse to do all sorts of things because I think it would look ugly.
Arc with a bow cheered.
Arc with bow, thank you very much for the $1. Appreciate you, mate. We are now $28 away from daily minimum. We were $29 away from the daily minimum. We're getting there. I did not. Well, so I did. Back when I very first installed Dwarf Fortress, I used Lazy Starter Pack or Lazy Noob Pack, whatever your preferred terminology is. I did use it back when I very first started. However, when I started way back then, I stopped and started a bunch of times because I kept, I think getting overwhelmed is maybe a good way to describe it. And so it wasn't until about like 2014 that I got decent at the game, even though I first installed it back in what's it called? Even though I first installed it in 2019. And my theory as to why it took me so long to get in is because I was trying to use Lazy Noob Pack. When I stopped using Lazy Noob Pack, I picked up the game much quicker.
Have a good weekend, everyone.
It's not my monthly minimum, it's my daily minimum, but thank you. Was I saying monthly? I should be saying daily. Anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate you. And thanks for the bits. So yeah, no, it wasn't, the game itself I didn't actually find that intimidating. What I found intimidating was the fact that it crashed constantly. At least that first version I installed, it crashed constantly. And having 3 different pieces of software open by default was a lot. So the way I actually got into Dwarf Fortress was just playing vanilla. Male dwarf with, I mean, that doesn't exist. I don't have the ability to give you a male dwarf with no beard because there's no human culture of male dwarves around. So what would you like, a lady dwarf who identifies as male in your head? Because we could do that. But I cannot give you a male dwarf with no beard because I do not have any human cultured male dwarves. Any dwarf? Okay. Then you get the Tanner. Iden. You do every now and again see male dwarves with no beards, but they're probably they probably were raised in human culture because humans shave. He never feels tempted to overindulge in anything and does not enjoy participating in confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. He has he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living and is a friendly individual. He is trusting and he is moved by art and natural beauty. He has an active sense of humor and he tends to think before acting. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he has a greedy streak. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. He dreams of raising a family and finds leisure time wasteful and values self-control. And he likes aluminum or aluminium, depending on whether or not you're a mini or an alu. He likes green diamond, lime wood, giant red squirrel leather, giant skunk bone, and doors, llamas for their jutting teeth in the word, and worms. He likes worms for their wriggling. And when possible, prefers to consume date wine. I've never dated a bottle of wine, but I'm sure it couldn't be that bad. I lost my spot. And absolutely hates fire snakes. He worships the god of death, has one friend in the fortress, and that is you. Welcome to the fort. And there's a sheep. Hold up. I really need a better animal solution, but It's all good. I mean, it doesn't all need to come from one person, right? Like, that's the thing you got to remember about things like my daily minimum is, I mean, I just need 100 people to give me $1 each. I don't need $100 from one person, if that makes sense. Which I presume it does. I mean, that being said, if one person wants to give me $100, I'm not going to complain. But it's, you know, I've got a bunch of ghosts floating around. Hold on. Let's get one of those removed.
Ilmrin cheered. X100. Tell your bank each of these is $1. They'll not believe you.
Thanks for the 100 Monopoly money. Ruining a good surprise would be irritating. Yeah, no, I understand why Kit Fox is bringing the conversation back around. I do understand why Kit Fox is being a bit more cagey about when I run the interviews. It's just, it feels like unnecessary bureaucracy, to be honest. To a degree. It's like, well, this used to be much simpler. It is what it is, I get it. To be clear, like, I'm not complaining about having to go jump through more hoops to get the interviews done, because they're still letting me do the interviews, so. The ghostly weaponsmith has been laid to rest. Now, Captain of the Guard's office. Where do I put it? Do I put it below the dungeon? Or do I put it outside of the dungeon? Because I'm kind of like either... Oh, shit. This needs to get removed. Because I could either do down here, I could do up here, or I could do, like, over here. Under the tavern. Well, the tavern is suspended in the air. So... that might be a challenge. I mean, I could do the hallway leading to. I don't actually need those. But it's a good thing I noticed that. Otherwise, that may have been a problem. What's guardsmen like to be there? Well, I like it because then it's easier for them to arrest the criminal, right? So the reason I kind of lean towards by the dungeon is they interrogate them and then immediately arrest them, right? Like the tavern's all the way the hell up here. I could put it above the tavern. Because I was going to use this as like a fancy dining room area. How about this? Let's put a rose gold table and a rose gold throne and make this into the Captain of the Guard's office. Or no, let's make this into the Captain of the Guard's dining room. Let's do it that way. Maybe don't do it that way, just do it this way. Now the question is, who Captain of Guard? Oh my god, I should give it to Bone Dolphin. So Bone Dolphin can't equip items. But chat, should I go with the no hands cop? What do you think? I think Bone Dolphin would make a really funny Captain of the Guard. And also is, you know, very happy, so... They won't beat the... Oh, they will! She'll figure it out, don't worry. And then I think I'll put her office down here. Maybe her bedroom down here, too. So we could do... And then let's do stairs going up. Except these need to be... made out of a different material. Let's do those out of claystone. And thankfully, we already have a dungeon, so presuming, yeah, because there has been crimes committed, people aren't going to get launched. And also, I need to figure out... Actually, no, our mayor's not going to make demands, now that I think about it. Our mayor's not going to make demands because they're a goblin with no interests. Which is actually really convenient. How will she get new clothes when they rot off? She won't. She gonna be naked soon. Which is one of the sad realities of having no use of your hands. Let's do steel cabinet 10 and rock cabinet 50. Although I'm probably running out of rock. I do thankfully have armor stands, so I can just queue those up. Okay, maybe just armor stands, no weapon. Oh. Duh. They're all stuck. It's fine. We can fix this. Poor girl. Yeah, it's a sad time, but it's the reality of being a veteran. You don't always end with all your limbs. Turns out that we already have a soldier outside who's serious Celsus. Oh, there's somebody stealthed here. Turns out my soldiers are gonna clear them pretty quick. Meanwhile, Sirius Celsus seems to have had a good time. He's just kind of standing in a body of corpses. Well then. Did your wife pass away? Oh, that's sad. So did your 2 kids. Man, what a guy. Wants to be with friends and family. What a sad day. Obok the Weaver was found dead. Oh no! Rest in pieces, Obok. You were too slow. Oh shit! Shinobi 2 has a cape. I think. Or is that a cloak? That must be a cloak. Did you guys know that cloaks show up like capes? Because that looks awesome. I didn't realize they did that. Let's just check the, yeah, no more. Is a cloak just a cap with a hood? A cloak is a big jacket. Completely covering jacket, essentially. Why you no finish digging? A cape is a cloak with attitude. Yes. Let's just hope there's nobody up here. Currently there isn't, so that's good. I got a bunch of stuff to unforbid because it all got forbidden when I, you know, screwed up. All right. Wait, are you saying you're a cloak? You're a cape with attitude? I was gonna say that a cape is a cloak that gets you killed in The Incredibles. Gazer beam, Dynagun. This is a very, very, very gaudy, massive bedroom for my captain of the guard. But hey, they've earned it. So now we're gonna see a whole bunch, probably, of notifications of people getting arrested in a second. Whoops. It's not what I wanted to click. Oh. Where's your other bedroom? This one can be assigned to, let's say, Tiny Hippo. Ads are gonna pop in 20 seconds. Dynaguy, yeah. Dynaguy, sucked into a vortex. Somebody got pulled into a jet engine. Like, I used to know that entire speech off by heart. But that was a very different era of my life. We're in an ad break, so we'll unpause game when the ad break is done. Syndrome? Yeah, I want to say Syndrome gets sucked into a thing. Giant anti-superhero vacuum cleaner. Specifically. Man, this is surprising. These are the stats on the interview. It's getting less views than usual. And I've lost a subscriber. I know that it's like, it's got 2,400 views. Yeah, no, I get it. That is a lot of views, but it is still less views than my videos usually get, which is surprising. Quite surprising, in fact. It's also slowing down rather quick. Huh. I wonder why that is. I wonder what happened. You know, it's one of those, like, I like the edited versions because I think they make for much better content in the long term. And it makes me wish I didn't stream it on YouTube to a degree. Because I'll bet you a lot of people have already seen it, right? At least people that would watch it on day one. Oh well. Yeah, no, that makes sense, Quiet Giant. Hobo, how are you? Syndrome died because he did not follow rule number 1, no capes. Right. Yes, yes, yes. At least it's the number 1 uniform rule. You watched it live? Yeah, but you also got to remember, there's 70,000 people subscribed to my YouTube channel, and the live stream got 3,000 views while it was live, which is quite a lot, actually. But, like, a lot of people who haven't watched it. Yes and no. They both matter. Watch time. Okay, so like if you make a video and it gets 1 million views, but everybody only watched the first 5 seconds of the video, that video is gonna not get recommended for very long, right? But like if you make a video and it gets 15 views in the first day, but everybody watches all of it, it's also not going to get recommended because it only got 15 views. If a video does less views than normal, it's less likely to get recommended to people. It's also got a pretty bad click-through rate in comparison to most of my videos. So, according to YouTube, people aren't choosing to watch this video as often as some of your other videos, which means maybe I need to change the thumbnail. I'll throw up a thumbnail test real quick. See if putting text on the screen helps. It'll spike tonight? Well, I hope it does. I mean, like, I mostly just hope people see it. Because the nice thing about those interviews is, like, it makes my life way easier once they're out. Because it's a lot of content that people can watch, which is good. And it also answers a lot of questions for me, so I don't need to worry about it. And that is very, 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 very helpful. Because if people already know what's happening, then I don't have to answer questions on those subjects as often. Because it's like, well, you've already seen it. You already know, right? So that's mostly why I want them to do really well. Also, the better they do, the more money I make, which is, you know, the obvious benefit there. I think the reason they're considered overlapping is this. So we'll just do that. Yes. But like a lot of it is based on averages, right? So if something performs below the average, then it's not going to perform as well. Which is part of the reason why when shorts first were releasing, they were screwing over channels. Because before they got their own algorithm, they just got the normal video algorithm when they were new. Before the shorts feed was properly functional. So you would upload a short and nobody would click it because everybody hated shorts at the time. And then it would have a horrible click-through rating, poor retention time because they're just shorter videos. And then it would nuke the rest of your algorithm temporarily. How's Minedarch? Pretty good. It's pretty good. So it's kind of, you need everything for it to work, essentially. And now my captain of the guard is satisfied. I feel like the person who did these disorderly conducts is probably in prison. Or dead. Is Paxmack still alive? Paxmack is deceased. You're still alive. Let's interview you. See if we can figure out who did that crime. Now I'm suddenly wondering if you'll be able to interview people or even arrest people because you can't grab things. Prime Sub is basically a free trial. Is probably the best way to think of it. I get $2.50 per Prime Sub, which is honestly plenty for what it is. But it's closer to a free trial than like the traditional subscriptions. That's kind of how I think of them. My mom just, oh, this is why I'm getting a bunch of text messages. I had 3 different text messages. Did you feel that earthquake? No. No, I did not. I did not feel that earthquake. Apparently we just had an earthquake. Or at least where my parents lived did. Yeah, I kind of noticed. It's pretty obvious when you look at the news. Although, the chances of that asteroid hitting us in 2030 something went from 3.5% down to 0.2 something percent. So, not that doomsday, I guess. You felt it in Coquitlam? Yeah. I mean, my parents are in Surrey, so. And, Shinobi, the second, has entered into a Fey mood. Damn it, asteroid, you were the chosen one. It was the highest probability of an asteroid hitting us ever recorded since we started tracking asteroids. So. Pig iron. Why is it always pig iron? Why is it always pig iron, man? All right, so you're generating 1,000 power. We'll let that dwarf do their thing for a little bit. I was making parts for this, so let's check it. Let's throw the Gabbro mechanisms in there. We're probably out of boulders. Why don't I just start digging out this? And continue digging out this. Mashtendo, thank you very much for the Prime sub. I was trying to figure out how to read your name out loud. But thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, I get paid more from traditional subs because I'm one of the lucky streamers who is fortunate enough to be in the Plus program here in Twitch. So I actually get a better cut than most people. I get 70% of my subscriptions instead of 50-50, which is what most people get. Yeah, it ain't bad. Well, rather, I get 70% of what you paid. So if you are in a country with a lower value currency, I do get a smaller amount of money because you paid less money, but... But honestly, that's fine. I still treat it like a free trial. I think there's the mistake a lot of people on Twitch make is they kind of depend on Prime revenue as a large portion of their income. I don't. I consider that like something that'll disappear tomorrow. A 4.8. Oh, well, I mean, that explains why people felt it. Jack, can I get a round of beers for that brand new Prime sub, please? Please and thank you. Please and thank you, Munches. I did give Raiklu a dwarf, right? Yes, I did. It was very happy, apparently. Just giving the upset dwarves bedrooms. There is a bunch of miasma out here. Perplexing. Oh, there's some dead things in the trees. Go figure. Zealosar, thank you very much for the 33rd month with Prime. Appreciate you too, mate. Is Kesserite not on this list? Right, yeah, because Kesserite's going over here. You know, I could add Kesserite to that list. And then just... yeah, no, they'll fill up both of these naturally. How much Kilonite do I have right now? 29. Why don't I just make bricks? Can you vent miasma? Certainly if you have a chimney. I'm not going to do that for a cavern, but... What do you need, bones? Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. That's almost Hype Train. Oh, probably... It's probably either rough gems or... or bones. So I'm going to do both. There's another one around here that I keep seeing too. That I started but never finished. We'll let it sit. Let's also chop these down over here in the corner.
Pod Crypt Beer.
Danixis, thank you very much for the 5 months. We may hit the minimum now. I'll have to check in a couple minutes once it's updated. But thank you very much. This one will take a little bit to dig. Just blue lava? I mean, that'd be nifty. I don't know what the complications with that would be, but... So it's now a level 2 hype train. It requires 1 subscription or $5 in biddies to level up these. And the other thing I need is also just gems, so I could just dig those out. And let's also jump to here and butcher a donkey and a bull. Water buffalo bull. Greg and then some, thanks for checking out a gift. And Devilon, thanks for gifting an additional subscription. You're very kind. Fellow Greg. Greg's Unite. 4-point aftershock was strong enough to shatter your kitchen window in the North Ridge earthquake. Really? Wow. I mean, I'm not super nervous about earthquakes because I've lived with them my whole life, but I will be honest, I do live on the coast now. Like, I can see the ocean right now. So if I die, you know why. Thankfully, I do have a decent amount. I've got about 2 kilometers in each direction from the ocean, but I can see it, so. There is a little bay thing right here, but it's pretty protected. No die. Got it. Doing my best here. The hype train now needs 6 subscriptions to level up or $26 in bits. And I've probably hit my minimum. Let me just check. Heavy aquifer? What? No, I'm talking about tidal waves. Well, now I've definitely hit it. Yeah, it hasn't updated yet. Gift subs take a little while to show up on daily revenue. For some reason or another. Not sure why. Darius, thanks for the 5-pack. Greatly appreciate that. It means a lot, dude. Okay. Looks like bones were definitely a holdup. Although this one grabbed porcelain. Probably needs like $1 to level up. If someone has a resub or a prime sub, now's a good time to use it. Yeah, $1 or 1 subscription. And thank you for all the support, guys. Means a lot. Lived in Japan for 4 years, so many earthquakes? Yeah, no, totally. I mean, earthquakes are pretty common here. And now that I live close to the ocean, my mom is like taking the opportunity to let me know there's an earthquake constantly. Thank you, Orc with Bow, for the $1. I mean, you guys are like allowing me to stay funded without having to shill random games I'm not interested in, so I appreciate that. Or random products I don't want to shill for. Unless Curiosity Stream wants to give me money again, in which case, Curiosity Stream, would you please give me money again? Because I just want to watch documentaries on stream again. That was too much fun. I'm actually curious. Is it an individual per, or do I get 4? I don't actually know. Yeah, it's just an individual. It's 1-to-1. I just wanted to check. Now it needs 8 subscriptions or $40 in bits, but like I said, we've hit the daily minimum. And today's stream ain't gonna be super long, so. We're likely not gonna play Goblin Camp today, by the way, because I am quite tired. It's been a long week. Because yesterday, after the interview was over, it took me an additional almost 8 hours, including rendering time, to get the video up. Shinobi the Second has created Nuba Mavbuk, a pig iron warhammer, and offers it to the Dead Pillars. That's our first artifact warhammer. Is that what we're calling humans now? Water drinkers? Last earthquake that happened while you were living in Japan, you were out at sea. It wasn't a good one either, and that was a very shitty thing to sail into. Really? That's... What was that like? Was it just a random gigantic wave? Was that one of the ones that like actually landed? That's a terrifying thought, man. We'll do Goblin Camp on Monday. Or not Monday, Tuesday. Just because it is Friday and it is kind of chill today. And also, I'm going to get hungry at some point. And I don't have a lunch made, so. I mean, what time is it right now? It's 2:19? I've been live for about 5 hours. Yeah, I mean, we'll probably go for another 2. Tuesday, yes. I was thinking about it yesterday, and it highly depends on like how I'm feeling, and if I'm not feeling 100%, I'm about 70% right now. That's probably not going to be something we do today, but there will be more. I want to see them windmills and stone building.
Mia_Kai cheered. X100.
Mia, thanks for the $1. Appreciate you greatly. For a second there, I thought I had the game paused. What is taking them so long? Okay, so I don't actually think that this dwarf can be the captain of the guard. Because they are not... They haven't interrogated somebody I told them to interrogate. So I have to give this to somebody else. Which is kind of funny, but also a bit of a shame. So instead, Elfie Bean, you can be captain of the guard. And Celestars, thanks for the gift sub. And thank you very much for the 16 subscriptions and the $2 in bits. Considering yesterday I got 4 total subscriptions. Oh man, your lover died. Yesterday I got 4 total subscriptions. During the live streamed interview. It means a lot. So thank you. There you are. Let's remove you from farmers. Actually, how many farmers do I only have 2 farmers right now? That's not good. Let's just set everybody does this for right now. So I could have a sub? Well, thank you. Means a lot. You volunteer? I wanted somebody with some skills in the matter, you know? Yeah, see, now you're just going to go interrogate. I guess they need at least a semi-functional grabby hand to be a captain of the guard. Which makes sense, honestly. I should really, like, make this stair better. The stair is kind of terrible. I also need to work on that entry contraption, which is over here. Okay, so let's see. Do I have the pieces that I need to do the thing? The material for these don't matter. Steel chains. Oopsies. What? Oh, I see. I only clicked once. I thought I clicked twice. So the idea now is going to be... Are these going to go fast? And also this needs to finish being connected, which it's almost there. And I'm going to put a lever up here. Got tons of schist, apparently. Let's just make 40 gabbro mechanisms? 40 gabbro machinations. And then this is going to be connected to the power source for that. So I can enable them and disable them separately. You right here. It's a pig iron warhammer. All craft worship is of the highest quality. Excuse me. It is encircled with bands of tower cap and rectangular porcelain cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of pigtail and menaces with spikes of pig iron and donkey bone and smoky quartz and cassiterite. It's a nice little artifact, if I do say so myself. I like that the mayor is always conducting his meetings in the tavern instead of his office. I guess the tavern is higher value. Oh! There's a goblin hand. This goblin seems to be missing a hand. That's kind of funny. Should probably punch a hole in that wall and fix it. People have told you that you're full of schist? Ah. Well, I'm not sure how to respond to that. Maybe you should, I don't know. Gabber up all of those compliments and use them to your best ability or something. I'm looking to see if anybody's running around with items, because people have been dwarves have been claiming them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be slowly disappearing from this stockpile. But they have several times. If doctors could reattach chopped off bits, that's what the magic healing potions are going to do, right? Or at least that's the idea. I mean, you're running around with a crown on. A porcelain crown, nonetheless. It's a pretty fancy little porcelain crown. Also, ads are incoming. I will pause the game when the ads start. Instead of deconstructing the wall, because I completely forgot there was a hatch there until after I deconstructed the wall. So... And then I went and threw a wall door there automatically. Yeah, anyway. I completely forgot this was here. That's why. You know, I've never played Resident Evil 7. I've never played a Resident Evil game, actually. Like, at all. I've watched many of them. In different formats. But I've never played one. Fractabellum, thank you very much for that raid. Welcome, raiders. Hey, chat. Can I get a couple of beers for the raiders? And mods, if you're lurking, could I get a shout out for the raiders? Just looking for something right quick. Thanks, mods. Hope the stream was good. Let's just go right there. Connect it to that one. Channel down through this. You was typing it as I said it. Oh, there you go. How was stream? How was Dwarfs? You guys don't know, Fractabellum also streams the Dwarfs. On Fridays, I think, specifically. So you should give them a follow. I don't need as many of these stockpiles, turns out. I ended up with bins. So I can smallify these quite a bit. was a fun tow. What, getting the work truck towed? Started a new one from an almost dead civilization in order to save them on an island. Oh, cool. Cool. Is there anything interesting on the island? I mean, this is a reclaimed fortress. Huh. It's weird that you didn't... I guess you... that's odd. Normally there would be some sort of information gained when interrogating somebody. But it didn't. Well, that's good. Killing a solid portion of the workday. Nothing wrong with that. Can you get a Urist? So do you want me to nickname them Urist Games? Well, actually, I can't give you a Urist because all my Urists are named. Do I prefer wood or metal bins? I actually prefer making them out of metal because if I need to get everything out of it really quickly, which is a lot of people's annoyance with them, I can just melt them. But I'm using wood ones in this fort. Just saw a save with 6 dwarves in it and said that would be a shame if they all died off. Well, there you go. Okay, cool. I'm curious about how many migrants you'll get. I guess it depends on what the access to the island is like and how many refugees there are. Okay, so you're all connected and you're all connected. I'm going to go here. We'll just test this sucker with the tower cap minecart. And then I'm going to connect you. Although the Forgotten Beast, Eltha, Sethamathema, Lanisisinity has come. A enormous one-eyed tarantula. It has large mandibles and it undulates rhythmically. Its pale chestnut exoskeleton is wrinkled. Beware! It's poison bite. Where is it? Well, it can get to us, which is a little spooky. Thankfully, I can get to it. And when the ads are done, we will fight this thing. This one has quite a few kills. That's an awesome last name for that first goblin that it killed in the year 78. Atu Devil Dream. Dare to Devil Dream. Hot damn. Hello, non-major nerd. How is you? 2 seasons now and you've had no migrants. I think that you're on your own now, maybe. Was that the first fort you're doing in that world, Fractabellum? It's also killed 24 dwarves in Workmansion. I really want to reclaim a fortress and then find a forgotten beast that killed dwarves there before it fell. To have a Devil Dream? Devil Dreamer is the shoegaze cover band of Devil Driver. And the tarantula walks towards us. Slowly but deliberately. Oh, that's the one I forgot to do. It did kill a lot of dwarves, yeah. So let's just move a few turns at a time. Seems like the first dwarf to collide with it was Lanix, who's currently in need of a sip. Bashes the Forgotten Beast in the second foot with the Iron Warhammer, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. Bruiseth of the muscle. Creature was bleeding momentarily, but is now, but then suddenly stopped after charging Lanix and probably knocking him backward, if I were to guess. Yep, did. Collided with him and knocked him backwards. If I move a few turns forward, he then bashes it after dodging 2 attacks in the right second foot with his Iron Warhammer, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. The Force twists the right second leg and then screams, "I've improved my armor." And that was satisfying. Oi, Oral. Get your dwarfy butt up here and fight this beastie. Is this dwarf helping? Is not helping. Lanix may have to solo it. Spider Slayer. Thankfully, it doesn't have webs. That would actually have been really bad. It's continuing to fight it and dodge attacks. It appears that my Marks dwarf is now coming around the corner and looses a bolt, which at more or less a point blank range. Steel bolt. It strikes it, tearing the muscle. Fires another one. Strikes it again in the leg this time. And the creature dies. And it appears that Lanix got the kill by bashing it repeatedly in the sepiothorax with an Iron Warhammer, which caused it to explode. Grim, you kind of got to respect it. Actually, yeah, we'll just leave it forbidden for right now. Because I'm going to see if I can butcher it. Probably not, but it's worth a shot. And Lanix has bestowed the name Roldthangkaigun upon an Iron Warhammer. And I have to save the game. So Eurist. Sorry, I got distracted. What's your second choice? Because, oh, in that case, any. Okay, so I will give you the happiest unnamed dwarf then. Dwarves can, in fact, dual-wield weapons, yes. Did you see one that was dual-wielding weapons? They shouldn't be. I've had several forts where the only weapon I give my dwarves is shields, and they just run around with 2 shields. It's pretty good. They beat the enemy to death with them, usually. Post-stream snack time. Enjoy your post-stream snack time. So, happiest unnamed dwarf is Servesh the Dyer. It's now Eurist Games. Friends call her Eurist. She can be very single-minded, because, you know, she's always acted like a Eurist, if you know what I'm saying. She can be very single-minded and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. And she is somewhat quarrelsome. She's bothered by this since she values friendship. She tends to be passive in discussions, and she is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. And she has a sense of duty. She thinks that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She tends to not reveal personal information and inhales sharply when she's angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not really mind being outdoors, at least for a time. She dreams of raising a family and personally is disgusted by merrymakers and respects power. And she likes lay pewter and lace agate and macadamia wood, as well as hagfish, leather rope, and rope reed fabric, and the color Carillion, loincloths and guinea fowls and for their social nature, and oysters for their beauty, and the words of the fortuitous pregnancy, and the sound of the meandering lyrics. When possible, prefers to consume adder, longland beer, and Adderlutely, I'm not even going to try that one again. Absolutely, hates toads. I know. Mild. The thing is, I'm a very stubborn person. And if people tell me that I'm doing something wrong enough, I generally just keep doing it that way. Like, I stopped for a while the first time I got corrected, but I've been corrected so many times now, I do it just to annoy the people who correct me. Hates toads, the shame. Yeah, right. Typical jurist. Typical jurist. Or by the names you give them? Well, the ones that you give them are nicknames, right? So I presume they're original names. But I don't know. It's a good question. Although if you have a custom name in adventure mode, they comment that you have a strange name, so bet you there's probably some connection there. Place track vehicle. Oh, did I put 2 on this? Oh, that's probably fine. So you need 105 power. If I fly down here, you're producing more than enough. So I'm going to pull this lever. Let's see how this goes. I don't know if it'll make it up. I don't know if it'll make it down. I kind of don't know anything, so let's find out. What's the plan on destroying the goblins? Well, watch, and you'll see. Hopefully, if it works. All right, well, it doesn't make it all the way up, so that was kind of a bust. Which means I'm going to need to go all the way up and down, probably. Which I don't like doing, but we'll have to do it. Although it does make it all the way up to there. And this is why we test prototypes like this. Okay. Building something naturally. Such as the dwarfy way. Although, you know, I gotta congratulate these dwarves on their resilience. Because I'm kind of amazed that they're as happy as they are currently. That was a boulder, not a block. Gab. Gab. Oh, I also need to do this top one. But this one I can start right now. Does actually need these dug out. Yes, they can. King of Pudding. Which is usually why you kind of want to suspend your windmills off the ground. So that at the very least they need to be flying enemies. Man. I'm gonna run out of mechanisms, aren't I? It's kind of annoying. Alright, well, let's just deconstruct this. And scroll down to where I'm mining out all of that gabbro. And let's just do mechanic shop, mechanic shop, mechanic shop. To speed that process up. So many deaths, you feel like that would dampen the mood? I mean, they've recovered though, right? Like we had 28 dwarves here at one point and like above 20 at the angriest. So we've done a pretty good job recovering it, all things considered. But I also need these to be sealed off. Which I should just do. If you place an assembly under the mill on the layer under, it can still draw power. Yeah, but they can climb through the mill. The mills don't block pathing. So that doesn't exactly work. This is gonna take a lot of mechanisms. It'd be funny if the mills mangled malicious monsters. Oh, that would... Okay, so if windmills were, like, weaponizable, that would be very funny. It'd be funny if you needed a chance to dodge a windmill or something. Let's go across the top here. We checked for heat. What devilry is this? Did somebody just catch fire? Nope. That could have been bad, but nobody caught fire, so that's good. Okay, so this is now fully set up on one side. Might as well set it up on the other side as well. For maximum speed. Does increase the power draw pretty considerably. Windmills would be crazy if you could weaponize them. I think it'd be hysterical, actually. But yeah, no, it would be crazy. All right, so once we get this side and this side done, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this thing back on and we'll see if it works. So the idea here is that it goes fast enough to go through the fortification, which if items are going fast enough, they will fly through fortifications. And then it flies through and then lands on this side. That is the idea. Anyway. Now, the hope here, because one of my biggest annoyances with, what's it called? With minecarts is that enemies can destroy minecart tracks, and I hate that. So I'm kind of hoping that this would be a way that I could use basically minecarts as a pseudo projectile dodging mechanism. I'm also going to replace these with metal ones instead of the wooden ones. I'm just testing it with the wooden one. Okay, so we are all set up and ready to go. Some migrants have decided to brave this terrifying place, knowing it may be their tomb. I get it, game. A lot of people have died. Do you have to rub it in, though? God. All right. Just don't walk through the minecart contraption. Did I put... I must have put one of them in backwards. Yes. Whoops. Let's just go up to here. Which is this one. Could have also been this one, so I'll replace both of them. Maybe some magic should turn windmills into giants. Isn't that just like mechs then? I mean, I'm here for it. I like the idea, but speaking of, a mongoose. Zaspagus Dangdosta has come. A large mongoose twisted into humanoid form. It is both crazed for blood and also flesh. Surprise. Its brown hair is long and straight. You will know why you fear the night. But first I will finish this construction so I don't forget. Oh. Right there. And where? Daw, look at that anger noodle. Well, shit. The dwarf just immediately drops their meal. Oh boy. Well, here we go. Jaxbay jumps away. Chief Medical Dwarf attacks the mongoose. The Chief Medical Dwarf punches the mongoose in the upper body, bruising the muscle, and bites the Chief Medical Dwarf. In the neck. Latches on firmly. Shakes the Chief Medical Dwarf. Amethyst, you will be missed. The were-mongoose shakes the Chief Medical Dwarf around the neck, tearing the spine. Furnace Operator punches it. Shakes the Chief Medical Dwarf around by the neck, tearing apart the neck's muscle, and the upper spine's nervous tissue. And the upper spine has been torn. Continues to shake the Chief Medical Dwarf around by the neck, and tearing the spine. And then bites him again. Furnace Operator punches him. Shakes the Chief Medical Dwarf around, and now it's tearing the skin. Please don't die too quickly, Amethyst, or I may have to I may lose multiple dwarves. Although she tried to fight back and missed, and then continuing to get shaken around. It's just like whipping her back and forth. And bites the Chief Medical Dwarf in the right hand, and then latches on firmly. At least you're just biting the one dwarf. Now shaking around by the wrist. An artery has been opened by the attack. Chief Medical Dwarf misses once again. And then bites the Chief Medical Dwarf again in the lower arm. This time. And latches on firmly on their throat. Furnace Operator punches it. Just continues to shake, continues to shake. Continues to shake, continues to shake. and is now grabbing, or by the finger. Continues to shake and continues to bite, continues to shake. Bites the Chief Medical Dwarf again, continues to shake the Chief Medical Dwarf. Meanwhile, Sodell is fighting. Thankfully, I do have soldiers pretty close to this. How many kills do you have here, Critter? Oh. You've been around Sparkle Diamonds. Diamonds do sparkle. This is true. Chief Medical Dwarf misses. Furnace Operator punches. Chief Medical Dwarf misses. Mongoose shakes. Mongoose bites the Furnace Operator. Soldiers are arriving, though. Continues to shake. Amethyst has been found dead. Rest in peace, Amethyst. Chat, can I get some Fs in chat for Amethyst? Zaspugus says, death, this is truly horrifying. The dwarf who's been bit is getting bit again and is now being shook around. I don't know how he was talking while also in the middle of biting somebody, so it must have been more like instead of, you know, spoken in clear word. Continues to bite that dwarf. And Spear Dwarf stabs the Weremongoose in the head, which tears the brain and fractures the skull. So this dwarf has been bit. I need to move the hospital anyways. The Home of Volcanoes is supposedly the name of this hospital. I'm going to tend to their wounds and then arrest them. I'm going to convict them of every single crime. The doctor is dead. We don't have a doctor. Well, we don't have a chief medical dwarf, rather. So, although I will upgrade Cathode to chief medical dwarf. Doctor has diagnosed the patient. You have no ability to stand. We do have a decent amount of time. I mean, everybody asks where, doctor. This is just like reality. Needs cleaning and stitches. So Worth Butts is coming to clean patient. I'm just gonna babysit this dwarf, probably. They've soaped him. He's had all the wounds cleaned. Now he needs stitches, which is, I think you're getting them. Yep. Rin of the Stars gave stitches. And now you just need... oh, some more stitches. Although because of where they decided to put him, I could actually just wall him off right here. I'll wait until they finish with the treatment. I don't like boxing them in because it just looks ugly. It's the problem. do you still need? You need 2 dressings. Ranch and probably, I don't know, balsamic if I were to bet. So no treatment is scheduled. You're now just healing up. Oldest one in the book, Devilish. You gotta wear a creature box in your tavern. I had, I will never forget. Oh no! You did this to me, chat. Told me to wall them in, and I destroyed my, my engravings for nothing. Well, stop that criminal! Definitely criminal! We all know you did it. You were very disorderly. And got bit, most certainly, whilst being disorderly. Not only that, but you will be disorderly again in like a month's time-ish. Has anybody else ever tempted to just, like, convict bunny rabbits of crimes? You know what you did. Bunny. So, I once had a tavern that had a crime commit, or actually it was a temple that had the crime committed in it, but I had a vampire that turned into a vampire toppling a statue. And what was even better was this vampire lady had a wife, and so I had a lesbian vampire couple, which was pretty great. And I felt bad that she was a vampire, so I just built a wall around her and fortified the edges, and her wife would just hang out right outside, and they'd sit there and talk. Well, at least that's one way to get you back in the hospital. But went a little bit hard on the beatings, I think. Well, while that was unfortunate, honestly, what a shame. It did solve the were-creature problem. It did, in fact, do that. I just saw that and thought there was a friggin' live were-creature in my hallway, and I was like, That was very concerning for a moment. Okay, so now I can go back to the front door stuff. Because these have not been rebuilt yet. They got forbidden by were-critter. Yeah, no, totally. Definitely. This is what happens when you're a captain of the guard despises the law. At least that's what I like to think. Okay, so now I'm not certain that this is going to fix it, but I can try. I'm gonna pull the lever. I'm gonna follow a dwarf who's going to pull the lever. And I will pause it right before he pulls it so that the people in the ad right now don't miss it. Because honestly, I would like to witness this. And I hope it wakes. If it doesn't work, my backup plan is to just Get rid of these. And that should do it just fine. You know, something just occurred to me. Goblins break tracks. If you build your entire entryway out of tracks, would they break them and then cave it in? Like if you just have like a suspended track above like lava. Maybe with like drawbridges over it or something. And then you retract the drawbridges. Would they just...
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Huh. That's just a funny mental image right now. All right, let's see. Well, it doesn't go fast enough. So let's try prototype. Well, what I could do is I could maybe impulse ramp the bottom. I try to not use impulse ramps because they're cheesy as hell, but I would also have to dig out the top to do that. Yeah, let's just try deconstructing this. I could also put bars there and then lower the bars. Wouldn't the lava already cave it in? Not if it's on top of the lava. Or above it, rather. So yeah, no, I didn't need to deconstruct this, but at least this is all pointed in the right direction now. Okay, let's build these two. Get them flying back and forth and see how this goes. I'm also going to see if we've surpassed the daily minimum. We have! We're 25 bucks ahead of it. So thanks, chat. So now I'm going to build this, but I'm actually going to end one tile early before the end in case I did want to block it with something. Cavern dwellers. These ones actually appear to be leaving. Where are you going, ratties? Aye, me ratties. They seem to come from here. So maybe I need to block this one off. B-Lug is arriving first and is probably just going to kill all of them. I think he could have, although he was getting a little tired. But good on you, B-Lug. Oh, they found one scraggler. What's up, Inglonius? Hello, chatter person. Got a Fey mood. Oh, why? I don't want to make a glass industry. That's on you, man. Is there even any sand? I don't think so. I'd have to, like, jury-rig some sand together. Well, that's not good. I certainly don't have any raw glass. I could try the old-fashioned build a floor, delete a floor thing. But I'm not certain that'll do it. Just tackled you into the snow, and then your GSDs just tackled you into the snow, and then hit me in the crotch. What's a GSD? I know what a GST is, which is a tax we have here, but what's a GSD? German Shepherd. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm sure the dog's having a great time. Yep. That's Clay. So, that dwarf is dead. Rest in peace. I mean, I would say it's their fault, but maybe it's my fault for not having sand. No, that's only if you're dyslexic. In regards to the German Shepherd god. Whoop. Let's see how this goes. Yay! It wakes! That was pretty epic, actually. I like how I like that the re-entry works, but the exit doesn't. You know? That's kind of funny. Maybe I should forbid that for a second. Because right now that might be a wee bit danger. Okay, so let's just forbid that so that you're not a wee bit danger. Well, FPS death doesn't exist in the current version because it's impossible for, or almost, unless you have an ancient PC, to have a computer that is weak enough that that would be an issue. But what I would say is just disable the cavern creatures. That is my advice. And if your frame rate suddenly drops to 0, it's pathing, which is the only real major issue on the frame rate these days. Nice! Motherfuckers, it wakes! I wonder if the problem with it exiting was that there wasn't a hole in front of it. I wonder if they need to be mid-air to go through. That looks hilarious, actually. Like, genuinely, that looks really funny. So now I don't have a way to turn it off. Are we making railguns? Well, I don't know if this counts as a railgun, but... a railgun is like a boom! This is more like... a rail circuit? You know? Like... why turn it off? Well, I need to finish building it. So... that's a bit of an issue here right now. Particle collider. Sure, yeah. Yeah, we'll go with that. You want to know what's even better about this one? I could tell the dwarves to ride it. You could have soldiers in these, and then when they hit something, they just jump out. They're like, ah! Yeah, it is a goblin collider. That's actually a very good way to refer to it. All right, well, let's shut this thing down. Battle coaster. When you say battle coaster, to me that just it sounds like something that, like, you know. All right. Actually, why did it stop? Thief! Protect the horde from skulking filth. Hello, Kobold. Run away, Kobold. Oh no! You're the one whose wife I killed. Well, that's sad. I was gonna say, you should leave the map, bud. You'd want to put your drink on, but can be used for self-defense. So wait, hold on. A battle coaster would be like just like something that you can throw, right? Also, let's test this. It'd be like using a playing card for self-defense. I'm curious if it's they need a space to take off for this to work. Because if that's the case, that'd be pretty effective. Is that a shotgun? It is not a shotgun. It's kind of an extremely over-engineered cart grinder. So what this is it's a thing that will collide with goblins and hopefully send them flying. Hopefully. And then they will hopefully fall down into here. Down at the bottom of this, which I should cook up a bunch of lead, actually. I don't know how much Galena I have. 49. Okay, well, let's just smelt 30. And thanks for the follows, by the way. I do see them. I just don't have a notification for them. And I also need to make more dangerous minecarts. So let's go bars. Man, I shouldn't have made those platinum. Could do a gold one. That'd be pretty heavy. Does anybody know how many bars makes a minecart? I'm not sure if it's. I think it's 1-to-1. Should be 3. Well, let's just make 1 then, and then steel minecart. 20. And then I'm gonna add in 1, 2 locations. And we're going to see if we can fire all of these simultaneously. Okay, so now we got to test this. I should really just hotkey this spot, actually. Let's go to here and say F5. Let's see if this works. Ha! So that was the issue. They just need a little hole in front. Hopefully soon we have a minecart covered in blood. And then I guess what I'll do is I'll deconstruct this, deconstruct you, and then deconstruct you. Well, I mean, I'm gonna have multiple minecarts launched, like Devilish said in the chat. But I'm gonna see if I'm gonna do some more testing. I've never built this exact setup before, so if I haven't built the exact setup, I don't actually know entirely what the capabilities of it are. But ideally, in theory, well, we can test these with wooden ones. Why not? I should be able to fire multiples. So we'll see. Once I get this done. And you rebuilt here. Because this needs to get built first. The minecarts need to get attached. And then the idea is I'll just put lead floor down here. So when they inevitably fall and go wee splat, they really go splat. I might as well put some spikes on it because I virtually have infinite spears. Is that strange mood still going? It is. Okay, well, if they have, oopsies. If they happened to be cool and, brought us some sand, we may be able to save this dwarf's life. Otherwise, I will continue to not care. And then let's also go figurine. Bring like, I don't know, a couple of these. Can the enemies dodge in my wall slits? They can only dodge one tile, so I'm not too concerned about that. But in theory, they could. They could also try and jump into them. But like, I mean, if that happens, we'll deal with that. They'd also have like, you know, a giant minecart flying at them. So I feel like that may be a pretty big hindrance for their enthusiasm in that regard. You know, they may slam in to their enthusiasm, if you will. But yeah, in theory, they could. There's plenty of things they could do in theory. Did they bring sand? They did. They brought 2 even. Let's go magma glass furnace. I'm gonna need to make 2 of these, aren't I? Actually, why don't I just do a normal glass furnace and a magma glass furnace? So I'll do the normal one here. So we'll let them make that first. I'm also gonna go right... Ooh, why don't we just do this? Gold! Steel! Steel! There we go. Wait for this to be done. Yeah, slamming directly into your enthusiasm with your face. If your enthusiasm in this case is a minecart. That do be moving real quick. Okay, so that strange mooter. Mooter Fuker will probably go right there. Our mayor's been reelected. Waiting for you. Where are you, you strange mood dwarf? There you is. So now that you've claimed that one, I will make a magma glass furnace. I was going to say whatever's close, so let's just use pig iron, because why not? Oh, am I out of coke? Oh shit, I'm out of coke. Okay, so right here, green glass, raw, and repeat. Fun fact, furnaces and forges and whatnot, strange moods do not require coal. Which I've always found very funny, that they don't need fuel. It's like, maybe just their body temperature raises so much that they can form it. Pepsi okay? I'm good. Hard pass on the Pepsi. You know, I was expecting to just let this dwarf die. It's powered with pure stupidity, maybe? Ooh. Fancy gems. Pink ones even. And it runs out of magma mid-job. Strange moods will go insane. Oh, yeah. I have a question. How the heck did you manage to make it run out? Especially mid-job. Did you drain it? This seems like a design issue. Pretty major one at that. Hold on a second. How? It only just... Okay, never mind. I was... For some reason, I thought this was a lava chute that I didn't see before, and thought that there was walls on the inside of it. Nope, never mind. That's just my own cistern. It's just my own. Don't worry about it. I made this. I should know this. I forgot. That's on me. I was just really confused for a second on how did I not see this earlier? And ooh, diamonds. Well, that's exciting. Also, chat investments are open if you happen to care. Remember, filling a magma chamber and bad timing equals fun. Ah, yeah, that'd do it. That'd do it. That'd do it. That would, in fact, do it. What the heck? What a weird little tunnel of water. And then strange mood right there. Uh-oh. I hate guinea pigs so much. I can't stand guinea pigs, chat. If they at least provided like leather or meat or thread or something, I would hate them less. But the fact that they provide absolutely nothing of value to the player, they just kind of irritate me. Yeah, well, at the very least, like, cats provide meat, leather, and they also provide smiles. Considering, like, they were a food, and still are in many countries, like, you'd think that they'd produce something of value. Something. Why'd you slow... Why frame rate just disappear? That's slightly concerning. Huh. Well, it's recovering. Something happened. Either somebody got stuck, or a bunch of elves just wandered onto the map or something. The most leather / meat? I don't know the answer to that question, actually. Because they all vary in size. I don't know. And, like, not all dogs are the same size, according to Dwarf Fortress. They have a minimum and a maximum size. I'm sure there's a maximum potential size somewhere, but Dwarf has begun a mysterious construction. Best of luck, Dwarf. All right, let's test this sucker out. So all I gotta do is dig this down. I also need a minecart stockpile somewhere, I presume. Got kind of a lot of them too. Okay. I feel like these should be considered siege ammo, but all right. Now we can turn this sucker on. Who's ready to see if the thruple will work? Oops, wrong one. Yep, because you took part in a hype train. Work with Bo. It's temporary until the next hype train. There's some animals that become full size at birth. Oh, true. Uh-oh. So the answer to that question is no. No, you cannot have more than one. At least not that close together. The gold one made it, at least. Meanwhile, Velbuck the Glassmaker has created Kedkez Keskase, and offers it to the dead pillars. I think I'm gonna plunk that down here. We'll look at that later. Okay, so you're gonna replace this track vehicle. We'll see how you fire. I guess what I'll need to wait until both sides are powered. Once both sides are powered, then I can just start one on each side so that they don't collide. Because they're probably colliding on the way up and down. That or I just need to move them a little further apart. No, that's the purple one. Ice blue, I think. Oh. You're too heavy! What if I swap this out for wood? Is it not getting enough speed here, I wonder? Why does God send me his heaviest minecarts? Why is gravity something that exists, man? It's ruining all my fun. Or at the very least, it's ruining my very silly plans. Because if this one falls, then at the very least we know that it's just, you know, not going fast enough. 20 seconds left on the ad. No, guinea pigs only produce one thing, and it's a skull. Indoor fortress. They're not a source of meat. Okay, so it is a speed problem. It is a speed problem. So that's good news. Actually, let's just go here and say no minecart, just put it away. More migrants have decided to arrive knowing that this place might be their tomb. Well, welcome. It's good to have you. I don't consider a totem to be even remotely worth getting, personally. I think I'm gonna go for this design and go across. And I'm also, I mean, so the actual best way to load this up is very dangerous. And I could do this the very dangerous way. Should I do this the dangerous way, chat? Now, I really wonder about that. Dolomite block track. Because that's an upward track. It's probably just going to fly over it, isn't it? Highway to the danger zone. I mean, the afterlife would be pretty chill if you had friends there. Try to detach from gravity, but it never works. Maybe one day it may. You'll just float away. It's certainly a real fast way to become famous. So I guess I'll do bars that I can raise and lower here. That's how we'll do this. So the actual best way to load this thing up would be to assign one, wait until it's been sent off, assign a second one, wait until it's been sent off, assign a third one, wait until it's been set off, and then repeat. Which would actually be the most efficient way to run this thing. Which, maybe we'll do that. I want to get lost in rock and roll and drift away. Don't we all? Don't we all? Come on, dwarves. Oh, I had the game paused. Duh. Pissed off dwarf is doing the building. At least you feel pleasure near a bunch of fine tables. You're a member of the Golden Families. Maybe I'll just remove you from this squad because you're not happy at all with your life. Let you de-stress a bit. Although you keep dwelling upon getting into an argument, so maybe that's not going to make you any better. Ah, jeez. Used a platinum chain. Oh, well, it's fine. A water bubble is attacking. Smoxu Zasporordax, a huge blob composed of water. It has 2 stubby tails, and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its poison gas. Okay. So I'll just go poke it, please. Oh, wait, never mind, I can't. So they can't get to it. Well, some troglodyte will kill it, I'm sure. I also don't want them using the platinum chains here because those are heavy, so... W Tiger, thank you very much for the 21st month. Welcome back, dude. Welcome back. It's good to have you. Can I get a round of beers for that resub? One final thing I'll say about cavies. If they didn't require grass to not die, I would like them a little bit more. But because they require being pastured, I hate them. So let's throw a steel one on here. Seems like Kib, the surgeon, is coming to grab it. Get her done. It's going to take a little bit. You know, I once saw somebody who had a system of loading mine carts into something like this, and it was always running. And the way they loaded the mine carts into it was a system where they would kick it along a track, which would run over a switch, which would enable the rollers on the track and also raise a drawbridge. I think it was 2 switches, actually. Uh-oh. Cave dwellers! Get him! It looked really cool, but this system's a bit too close to the surface to do something like that with it. Hey, chat, you guys want to hear some hilarious thing that was this hilarious thing that was just posted in the YouTube chat? They say, Jesus, Son of God, he died on the cross for our sins and was resurrected 3 days later. Believe in Jesus, and you will not perish, but have everlasting life. Man, that sounds horrible. Why would I want to live forever? Thank you. I'm very happy with my mortality. Uh-oh. Well, it appears that some more of them got in, and a cook was found dead. Guys, we got more stragglers to clean up, please. This is a long time to pursue your hyperfocus. Hey, you know, if you want to live forever, more power to you. That sounds like a different kind of hell to me. After an ill-advised wish with a monkey paw. Right. Isn't that all wishes with a monkey's paw? I really need to embiggen these stairs a wee bit, don't I? Haha, something entropy indeed. I mean, hey, you know, religion has some benefits. The main one being it's a community center, right? But, not for me. You know when you, like, think you're about to witness a car accident? This person was just honking at nothing. Like, I kind of figured they'd be honking at a car or something, but there's literally no cars in either direction. Well, now there is. But this person just, like, honked. And it sounded like they were going to hit something, but they clearly didn't. All right, so that's number 1. Now, I'm going to pause, click it, and forbid it. And then let's throw in number 2. Let's just throw in some wood ones and see, because they get transported quicker. This is going to be some tight timing. Go get him, Deagle. It was you? Oh, okay. Are you trying to, like, geolocate my house or something? Honking at a wildfire? At wildlife, maybe? Oh, true. It could have been an animal. Squirrel or something. Although that emote makes me think that you're pretty sus, so. Yep. Okay. Tuzin. Okay, so now let's up the ante a little bit. Throw in another one. This is kind of awesome. I'm not gonna lie. This is pretty fucking cool. Exactly, yeah. I could make a loading system up here where they just kick them and then they hit a wall and then fall directly down onto here. So now that's 3. 1, 2, 3. Now let's throw a 4th one in. To kill invaders like bumper cars? Yeah, I mean, I have no idea how effective it's going to be, but thankfully I do have a method of testing it. How long until, No, I want to see how many minecarts I can get on it and keep juggling in real time. Okay, well, not quite enough lead, but we can start working on the lead. We're getting there. Your guess is 12. So what I think I'm gonna do is just have like a loading bay up here, because I could just like dig over top. Whoop. Well, hold on. Gotta forbid that. And also oh, yeah, well, I mean, they got it on. Rest in peace, Dwarf. Let's throw another one in. It's so funny. I mean, it is pretty funny. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lock these doors and then release this goblin. So now we're just waiting. Come on, Dorf. What are you, some kind of baby? Get over here. There you are. Let's see if you make it. Yeah? Who was it? Nobody important. Well. Oh, no, you made it. Okay, that's fine. No biggie. It was Shorast. Although, I've got a second one now. That was unrelated, however. Let's link this to you. What if we did silver for the center? There's already just like blood on the walls. So which one of you did it? Ah, it was definitely the steel minecart, which happens to be covered in that dwarf's blood. Never mind. They're all. Wait, hold on. Whose blood? Oh, never mind. That was created by that dwarf. Got it. Now we just need you to hook that up. And I'm gonna just lock this door and a lock of that door. So, what do you think, chat? Is this goblin gonna make it out? Yes or no? Oh, it's inaccessible because it's already on the track. Well, let's prioritize this. And follow this goblin. Come on, Gabi. You're a religious figure? Oh, wow. I never actually looked too closely at this guy. You're a member of this special cult. Oh. That's gonna be, it's gonna be real special when, this happens. Oh, no. Although that's kind of dope, actually. They still working? Ha! Whee! Splat. The fall didn't kill him, though. Oh, no, it... Okay, no, I mean, he's just winded. So I'll have to manually kill you. But I gotta say, I love that it restarted. That's kind of awesome, actually. That is kind of awesome. Let's go shut this thing off. And see what happens when I shut it off. Yeah, they haven't found it yet, which I think is kind of funny. According to the dwarves, that dwarf is missing. Oh, that's great. It just like fired an extra one off. Okay, so the on-off switch needs to raise and lower a drawbridge here, I think. So that they just go around and then slam into that. Because now I need to pull it out of there. It does answer that question. Well, I think that's a pretty effective weapon of destruction. And then I station the military down here. We've got another artifact beginning. And there's one there. And we seem to have found the dead dwarf. Such a shame. What happened to Shorest? It's raining goblins and minecarts? Oh, absolutely. Can you build spikes? Oh, yeah. I can also make them raise and lower, and I'm going to use one of these minecarts to make it raise and lower. Or a similar system elsewhere. But I gotta say, I think that worked pretty frickin' flawlessly, man. And for that artifact, it's a clothes shop. Oh, that's a new one. Crabbed lead. Skeletons, okay. All right, chat room. I've been live for getting close to 7 hours now. What's the total hour count? 6.5. I'm pretty hungry, so I think I'm gonna call it. And I think that's a pretty good science opportunity to end off on as well. I mean, that's gonna be fun as hell. So Tuesday's stream, we're gonna be setting up the rest of this thing, you know, building it into like a proper weapon, powering both sides. I think probably the way to load this sucker up will be have a minecart here and a minecart here, and then a minecart here and a minecart here. I think I'm just gonna swap these out with raising and lowering drawbridges, because that'll just be easier. Or bars, whatever looks better. And yeah, I think that'll be pretty dope. That'll be pretty cool. So I'm gonna pause the recording here now. Twitch chat, if you want, you can say goodbye. Here today. If you haven't yet, do watch the edited interview I put up with Tarn. Please leave a like on it and leave a comment on it and help get those view counts up, because currently it's performing pretty quietly compared to my other videos, which is odd. Hopefully it'll pick up in a day or two, but thank you very much for watching it. I hope you guys enjoyed the interview this week. Normal schedule next week. Blog post on Monday probably, and that might be one of the most maniacal machines I've made in recent memory. So I look forward to expanding upon it next week.